live. Let's let the countdown finish. Good.
14,
Go
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go.
Oh, it's time to
Kill it.
go.
Kill it. Kill it. Did you kill it? There you go. There we go. Okay. So I'm the one sharing my screen. That's why we're seeing this. So let me end my screen share.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. We are here this afternoon at the ADK Deep Dive with ADY NGOM. We have a lot planned for you
The
today.
music is still playing.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this afternoon to the ADK Deep Dive with ADY NGOM. We have a wonderful lineup set up for you. I'm Cinnamon White, leading the GDG Atlanta group. See ADY NGOM on the screen. And we also have Ruffy Kai, the digital doctor.
Kai.
We have our setup room. You'll be assisted by Ben White and also myself. So if you're in the process of setting up, please jump over to the link in comments to continue to assist with that. Other than that, we'll have a few breaks in between this 4-hour time lapse. And if you have any questions, drop them in the comments and I will get them over to the engineers as quickly as possible. Introducing ADY NGOM.
Yo. Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. Thank you, everybody, for Ankuranji says that the voice is breaking a little bit. So let's make sure that you guys can hear me loud and clear. I think, yeah. So let me know, and then we can get this started. Thank you, everyone, for joining from different parts of Atlanta and beyond. My name is Adi, and some of you already nice, loud and clear. That's what I like to hear. Thank you, sir. So some of you already joined the DevFest workshop, and we had a very good time. And now we're going to go into a deeper dive. And what I have in store for you is basically a bunch of agents that I built. And so we're going to be able to see how to build them, why we built them that way. What I want you to take away from this deep dive today is have a little more dexterity in deciding how to go about. Sometimes, do you even need an AI agent or do you need an agent to do something? And then when you do, how do you structure it? Down the road, we will have deployment and production testing, but that's going to be for a follow-up. We have a masterclass coming that is going to take even a deeper dive for having all of your agents being distributed to the world. So if you have your business or if you have work or you want to provide it as making your business of building AI agent for other businesses, you will be able to do that. But you have to be in a reliable environment. You have to know about fail safes. So those are going to come in our upcoming masterclass that is going to be at the ATDC in Atlanta. But I'll let Cinnamon talk to you about that. So, but for today, we're going to focus on building 9 agents. So I'm going to share my screen, and there's a few, I have put up together a startup, how to kind of get set up. And this time I wanted us to be on a web environment. So having people avoid going through Docker. If you have never done it before, it might be a little a little scary. But if you are already somebody who uses that and you're having any problem on IDX right now, just pull the repo and run like, Docker Compose up, and you should be fine. So that's really easy to set up like on your local environment. You should not have to do anything in installing. It should just be able to just run with Docker. So let us know. Now, for general tech support, we have Google Meet that is going to be used as a separate room, and you guys can go to that room, and our magic man Ben White is going to be there helping you. And I have put up a Loom video that you guys can use too, like with the entire setup. Now you have two choices. You can either try to get it set up right now today, or you have the repo. You can just open the repo and follow along, and then once we're done with the workshop, you can go and figure out the setting up and everything. The video is still going to be available. You guys can keep the repo into your own GitHub, and then all of the agents are going to be there. So I'm not taking anything away this time, because when I made this private, some people were like, "Where's the repo?" It's there. So try to follow along and try to understand. And please, please, please ask as much question as you can. If you have a question, a comment, put it on the YouTube as a comment. And like Cinnamon, Rafiki, and Ben will capture those questions and we'll go through them. So before I get started, is there anything you want me to cover, Cinnamon, coming from the comments?
I think we're good. We have someone that is looking to, they were receiving an error, but now they're trying it in Docker. Heather Gibson 3645. Did you make it in?
Okay, so Heather, I'm going to try Docker. I'm new bit, but I think I might be able to make it work there. Yeah, and for the Docker thingy, honestly, use Docker Desktop for your platform. It's good on Windows, Linux, and Mac. Well, if you have Chromebook, that's kind of, you're out of luck. But at least if you have one of those platforms, you can use Docker Desktop. It's very easy. And then once you have Docker Desktop, just go to the root of your folder and try, okay? So keep on checking in with us, and then we'll see how to get you started. Now, so what you see here, for those, are there a few people who, I think some people have installed like it on IDX, but having a problem with the port. Somebody was saying they could not see the port. So the ports you have here on the right side of IDX, you have the Google integration. You can collapse that and make sure you click this icon here. The default icon that is going to be available is the Gemini icon. And that's for like chatting with Gemini. And then you can even switch what model, like 3.0 just came out yesterday. But if you use this, you might burn like your credits pretty quickly. So I would say just stay with the built-in model right now. And it will be cool in like follow-up classes to see how to use this. It's already aware of your code base. It can help you a lot. But this is not about Gemini today. We're going to focus fully on the different agent. So this is going to be your default view. What you want to do is you want to click on this icon here. That's the Firebase Studio icon. When you click on it, you're going to have this Google integration open. And then you see I have to kind of scroll to see my backend ports. And most of the time when you're starting, I'm going to use Control L to open my terminal. Because if you don't know, IDX is just a fork of VS Code. So if you have used VS Code before, all of the things that you do in VS Code, you can do it in IDX. So the way to get to the terminal is two ways. Either you can click on the hamburger menu here and just go view and then go to terminal. That's one way, and I'm going to clean the terminal by just pressing Control L. And then the second way is just like using Control and tilde. So, if you just do the keyboard shortcut, you can open it, you can close it. So once again, you can go via the menu here, terminal, and new terminal, or you can just view and terminal. So there's few ways that you can go about. So this is the terminal. And what I want to do is I'm going to kill my ports so you guys see what is the default view that you're going to see. So I'm going to do kill all. I have an alias that I call kill all, and now you see all my ports are out. Okay? So my backend ports are out. And I'm just going to start all. So where am I getting that? If I just type alias, I created some alias here. So start all is the same as like just running this command. Kill all is this command right here. If you need those commands, let me know. We can add them to the command list. But this is just an alias that I created to go very fast. So now I'm going to use the start all alias. Start. And the cool thing about alias is you can even use the tab for auto completion. And you see now it's going to start my environment. So if you get here and you're not able to see any port, you need to run your manual setup. Make sure that you have run your manual setup. For everybody who is having a problem, make sure that you are running your manual setup. The manual setup, I gave it to you like in the email and in the video. The manual setup is you pressing that in your terminal, and then IDX, and then manual setup. And that's a script that is going to run, and it's going to ask you for, the only thing it's going to ask you for is your Google like Gemini key, which I already showed in the video and in the step by step. So once you run your manual setup, at least the port 6379 is going to show here. And that's the default port like on IDX. After you're done with the manual setup, the next one, it should be start services. And then when you run start services, you're going to see port 3002 and port 8501. So let me kill this for now. And I'm going to show you. Once they show here, you can just click on this arrow to open it in a new window. So 3002 is going to open ADK Web. This is where we're going to leave for most of the workshop, because this allows us to see an agent, evaluate it, see how it is running, and have all the details that we need. Okay? So the second one is a user interface that I prepared for you, because most of your customers are not going to come to this. This is a debugging tool, a learning tool, which is very important, because we did not have that in other agentic framework before. This is very good, or you have to kind of build something like this, okay? But it is built in ADK. The second interface I have for you is in port 8501. And what I'm using is Streamlit, which is just like a UI interface for Python. And in here on Streamlit, you're going to have all of the agents that we're going to be working with, and you're just going to have a plain conversation. So here, you're not going to have the feedback. That's the same agent, but you're not going to have the feedback loop. Conversation. So here, you're not going to have the feedback. Is that me? That's the same agent, but you're not going to have the feedback loop. Somebody on stage, like mute yourself, because, yeah. All right, I think that was Ben coming in. Okay, cool. So just a quick recap. I'm on IDX. I have 3 port opens, and then I have port 3002, which is my ADK web port, and then 8501, which is a custom built with Streamlit. Most of the time, you're going to see a lot of like ADK tutorials. They're going to just stop here. This is kind of good to see how you can take your agent outside of this like UI and then use it in the real world. Because if you can attach a Streamlit UI, you can attach a React UI, you can attach an Angular UI, you can attach any type of UI you want and use your agent. Okay? So, any questions around that before I go further? Okay. So,
It seems
nice. I
I
love
think
this,
you're
Steph. Jeff is saying he's I'm definitely up and running, man. That makes me so happy, man.
good.
So I think he went through the Docker solution and it's up and running. It's it's very cool. So somebody saying no questions. So let's keep on going. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a quick smoke run for every single agent that we have. So we have about 9 agents that we're gonna build, and it's just going to be a matter of how much time we're going to have. I'm not going to rush and say we have to absolutely build those 9 agents. You know, what is more important is for you to see how they are built and then to walk away here with a certain type of understanding. So in the in your folders, there's an ADK agent folder, and you see all of the 9 agents here, you know, but there's a sequence to it. So if I do ls tags, so we're going to look at the greeting agent, which is like the pretty much like a standard type of like agent, and you can use it for a lot of use cases. And then from there, we're going to go into the customer service. We're going to look at the content pipeline agent, medical authorization, the financial advisor agent. Then we're going to go into brand intelligence, software assistant, project management, and then verify recommendation. So one thing that you should see here is like, this is not the workshop where we're going to teach you about building a calculator or a weather app, which after that you cannot go and reuse or sell or anything, because there are already 500,000 calculator apps. There are millions of weather apps. We want you to see in this variety how you can go ahead and start thinking about what are my use cases? How do I turn them into, and then what are the limitations? How do I make sure that I put together something that is going to be useful too? And that's going to be useful to 3 things. To my personal life, that might be like something that allows me to organize my calendar, to organize my journal, whatever that might be, or like I don't know, my school pickup for my daughters, whatever it is. Find something that you feel like is a bottleneck somewhere in your life and say, can I use like an agentic approach to solve for this and just gain more time? Because time is the most like precious currency at the end of the day. For your business, it might be a process. Anytime you know you have emails coming in, you need to check them and then send them out. And you say, okay, can I put something together that allows me to make that process go faster? For content creators, can I go and do a Google search on the latest news, tech news, synthesize this, and then turn it into something, and so forth and so on. Really, my job will be done today if you guys walk out of this workshop with that type of mindset. The mechanics of building an agent, what the Python code does, those are going to come with just practice and muscle memory. But the most important part is remembering like the concept and mastering the concept. The tools are only going to get better. There's even a visual agent builder that allows you to just use no code if you wanted to, but I want you to understand when, how, and why you should use an agent. Okay, so that was my spiel, and that's the most I'm gonna talk about without showing things. But this is like the plan for today. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through each of the agent and show you a quick example of how they work. Now, after we're done doing that part, we're going to go now in detail one by one. And for the people who have it running, you're going to be able to just make changes and see it live, basically, your changes and how you can adapt for that. Okay, if that sounds like a plan, without further ado, let's do that.
I'm ready.
So let me just quickly go through my notes Usually I will have everything like memorized, but I'm getting old now. I cannot just do that anymore. So I have notes, which is good for you guys. So then I'm not gonna go in crazy, erratic order. So the very first one that we're gonna look at is like the greeting agent. So I'm gonna come back here in my agent development kit, and I'm gonna select an agent, okay? And I'm gonna go for the greeting agent. So my expectation when I ask it the time, it should show me the current time in EST. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, what time is it? All right. And you see, it went ahead and like used that tool, get current time, and then it's currently 12:20 p.m. on Thursday, November 20th, and it's exactly 12:20 on my phone. So it got that right. But the interesting part is when I look at the left here, I have a new thing that showed up, a trace. And when I click on the trace, it tells me what happened. So you see, as I'm hovering, it's telling me like, okay, this is when I got the invocation, I invoke this agent. This is the call LLM and the execution, this is very cool. And if I go to the event tab, I can click here and it shows me exactly how it went. So the root agent is the greeting agent. It looks like at the tools that it has available. And then when it interpreted like the question, it went and it like said, oh, this is something they're asking about time. So probably I should use the get current time tool. So you are able to see the decision graph here and then how it went from like, the left to the right. Okay. Get into the habit of doing this because you want to be able to see how your agent work under the hood, what decision paths they following to make sure that you can have consistency. Okay. So the requests you can see, you'll see all of this inside the code. So let me collapse this and collapse the config. The response, you cannot see a lot of good stuff here. This is very, very powerful right there. Any question on that? And I'll go to the next agent if you don't have a question. And then here on the events, you can see like there is a little slideshow. A lot of people kind of sometimes miss this. So there's 3 events that happen. So I can go to the next event, and then to the next event. It tells you the model and everything. So you're going to get, and you can have a lot of details. How many token was used. There's a lot of information here. This is,
Adi,
yes.
Someone asked what if I ask what time, excuse me, what if I ask what time and get no response?
And get no response at all?
Correct.
Okay. So if you got no response, did you get anything in your event tab here or not? So the thing is, if you got no response, there might be like a few things. One, did you set up like your billing account with the credits? Because you need to have like some credits to run this. We have provided the $5 credit. Do you, second, if yes, did you get any errors? Let me know in the comment if you got any errors. And if you don't see anything in here, do the inspect, go to the console and see if there's any errors that show up. So if you share that, I will be able to help you a little more. But the first thing that comes to mind is you have the setup, but you might not have like a billing account associated to your API key. Did you set up an API key in your environment file? So those are the 3 possibilities. Did you set up an environment? Well, if you did not set up an API key, it will not start because I think that's one of the conditions. On top of that, is that API key associated with a project that has credit? Because you have to have a billable account. We're giving you $5, and Google by default gives you $300 of free credit for a new account on Google Cloud. So let me know which one it is, And last but not least, open up the console here. If you see any errors, you let me know, okay?
He said no
So,
errors.
well,
Yes, sir. He has an API key. He has the credits, and he's receiving no errors. So I'm just waiting to hear back if he's got.
an error that he can share.
No, he says no errors. Jeff says no errors.
No errors, but he has no answers.
It says that someone else has chimed in and said that in the AI studio, he's still on the free tier. So I think Jeff does need to apply the API credit.
Yes, yeah. If you have if you see on the, if you go to your Google AI Studio and you are on the free tier there, that means, and it's in the video or on the step by step. You have to apply credit. You have to attach it to a project that has a billable account. I can go through that in a little bit. Let me just go through the agents. Just bear with me, okay? So let's go to the customer service agent. I'm going to switch here. And the same test that you are running here you see the background, everything that is happening under the hood. You can run the same test here in the UI interface. But let's focus on the ADK web for now. Okay. So let me do this. And then so I want to go to the customer service agent. So for the customer service agent, my query is going to be customer can't log in after password reset. That might be something that like you guys encounter and you have a support system. That might be, I don't know, a health, a hospital, like, you know, a hotel or whatever, and you have like a login system. But anyways, anytime somebody reset their password, they are now logged out and they locked out and they cannot log in. So I'm going to try this query. This one is going to take a little longer, and I'm going to show you exactly why, okay? So 2 to 3 minutes. So let's get there. So if I come and I look at the trace here, same thing. We get into that habit of looking at the trace. But the most important part for us are the events. So if I click on the event and I get this graph, this is a sequential agent. When it receives the query, the triage agent gets the query, go through it, and pass the result of that to the research agent. When the research agent gets that, it does like what it's supposed to do, and you will see like how it is set up, and then finally pass it to the response agent. So this is a multi-agent system that you're going to see right away with your second agent. And then anytime dependency happens where like you need the result of something to do something else, you should think sequential. You know, every single time that should become like an instinctive architecture move. I need the result of, and I always say it, whenever like the output of something should be the input of the next thing, that is a sequence. But whenever they can run independently, that's a parallel agent execution. And those are very like, that's the ones that are you're going to use a lot. I mean, a lot in your decision making. And sometimes you're going to mix and match. You're going to have a sequence starting, and in the middle of the sequence, you're going to run a parallel, like, you know, process, then keep going on the sequence. Or inside a parallel sequence, you're like, but just think about it. Anytime I have a group of agents where the output of one is needed as the input for the next one, I'm going to put together a sequential like chain. If they can be independent of each other, I'm going to have a parallel chain. And the third one that is, and there's other two concepts. One of them is the looping, where like, you know, we're going to see what's the use case. And then the last one is like having gatekeepers, fail-safe, like that's going to be the verification concept, where you might have a sequence, but if it fails, you don't need to still run the rest of the sequence, because that's going to be costly and that has no, how do you put in place, do I always have to run the entire sequence? No, you can have a verification system. So for example, if I'm looking at the stock price, if I say that if the stock is below a certain threshold, I don't have to do that. Or I can branch out to something else. If somebody is like a silver, like, customer, you know, instead of going to the premium support, let me get them to the document based support. So you see, you're going to be able to really architect those kind of stuff. And this is where this graph is going to be very good for you. You're going to see how it branches out, which one was invoked, and so forth and so on. And if we look at it like closely, so we see that this is the request, and then this is exactly what was in there. You are a customer service triage specialist, and then so forth and so on. We're going to look at it inside with the code, but that's just that. So one thing that I'm going to do, let me take this same query and show you how you could put like a UI or like a UI response on it. So let's go to our Streamlit, and we're going to select the same agent. And I think it is like the customer service. Okay. So here I'm going to put that query, same query. You see now here, this is like a user interface response from what I baked in the back. And you see how it was almost instant, because we are using like we're streaming the response. We are kind of getting the response as a stream. So it comes almost instant. Where in the background, when we were doing the evaluation, we were seeing it going. But see here, the core issue, like, the troubleshooting step, verify, and you see, this is more human readable. This is what you will put for your customer, for your app. So you see, you have that. It tells you what you like. So this is for your support. So if you had a ticketing support system at your company, that might be something that you give to your support people whenever a query comes, and then you show them exactly. Or if you're building one, it can be like you're building one for a call center. It can be that you're building one for, I don't know what it is, but you see the use cases. I want you to come up with the use cases. But this could be the beginning of like a very cool system that you're putting together for, let's say, like training employees, or even giving it as a solution to a company whenever things like this happen. Okay. So imagine you could add links here. You can have videos here. You can have a lot of training material, all coming from just like a very simple query. Okay. How we doing, Cinnamon? I can go to the next agent.
Everybody is set and ready to go to the next agent. They have received the link in case they need to continue to get assistance.
All right. So the next agent we're going to look at is the content pipeline. So the content pipeline is for content creators. And let's say you want to be like writing some articles and everything like that. So let's go ahead and let's say we wanted to write an article about AI agents. Okay. So we have to do the research. We have to like kind of come up and like start like writing it and everything like that. How about if we had like an agentic system that will just like start a good draft for us? So, and I'm saying draft where you're going to see why, for a reason. It's going to be very bad if you just take everything that they, excuse me, let me get some water. It's going to be very bad if you're just going to take the output of an agent as is. You can still have some automated, like, verification, but I will always say like the initial output is probably going to be a good draft, and then you can train it to get you there. So we're going to talk about human in the loop in certain instances, and some others, where we can have other agents verifying the work. So that's a whole other, I don't want to say level, but that's a whole other concept that we will be talking about in our masterclass. So I highly recommend, if you want to take this to the next level, to try to be part of our masterclass. Okay, so let me get some water. I'm going to be talking for 4 hours, so bear with me. So the next agent we're looking at is the content pipeline agent. So in the content pipeline, let's say I'm very late. I'm going to go with a very simple query. Not comment that, comment V here. Write a short article about AI agents, okay? So you can imagine that it's going to take a little minute to put things together. Let's say 2 to 3 minutes. So I try to kind of make it as real as possible because you see, let's see what it's doing here. Okay. So in parallel, let me go and show it. Where's the one? So here it's showing me, where's the content pipeline? Not this one. Yeah, content creation workflow. Let's take this one and let's put the same query. And you see, this one is almost instant. That is just crazy that this one is almost instant, you know? And you'll be like, what is that kind of magic? We'll cover that, no problem. But it gives you at least a little information here. So you see, November 20th, 2025. And then it's like, you know, doing all of this little thing. But in the background here, what is happening? In the background, it went ahead and put like a structured response for us. You can control how the agent respond to you. And usually we use like JSON to put, to say, you know, give me a topic. What is the target audience? You know, what are the key angles? And so forth and so on. You know, what are the sources? You know, and then it will give you the source. My good friend Rafiki, who's in academia, is like smiling right now because, you know, article without sources, like it's just whatever. But that doesn't mean that sometimes it cannot make it up. We're gonna see how we can verify like the validity of all of that, you know, so forth and so on. That's the first agent. The second agent, and you're gonna see here, if I go back to this, we have this agent. This is a sequential pipeline. There's a research agent that gets the research and then pass it on to a draft agent. The draft agent puts a draft and then send it to the optimizer agent. When he is done, and then it passes it now to the publisher agent. So this is a sequence that is happening, okay? So, and you can see it in play here, where now we have the draft, okay? And then after that, you have the optimizer, which comes in the markdown format. So you can copy it and paste it anywhere you want, you know? So it even gives you a meta description and everything like that. And at the end, this is like meta, this is, you see, there's some HTML meta tags and all that kind of stuff. So if that was like something that you would put like in your blog post or whatever, it will be ready for that. And you see the publication checklist that it gives you. Review the images before you publish, set the publication date, configure the URL slug, add internal. You can make sure that you can even have another agent that will check this publication checklist and go through it, and then maybe send it like as an email to the human in the loop and say like, you know, articles are ready to go. Do you want to click on publish? You know, so you can even have an extra agent that will look at this publication checklist and then like get it ready to go. All right. So that's for the content pipeline agent. Pretty straightforward. I really like this graph that shows you exactly the sequence that is being played out here, you know. And if we dig a little deeper, we can see the response, you know, and the response is going to come like this. And if you have like a program like a UI, you can take this JSON response and you can like format it however you want. Okay. So I have shown you on, of course, get in the habit of seeing like the different event that happened, because that shows you like, you know, the execution of the sequence, you know, and then response, whatever. And there's other stuff here. We're not going to talk about state today. I think that's going to be bonus or masterclass content. Artifacts, very cool stuff. We're not going to do that today too. Sessions are just like how it just like mark itself, and then it can, you know, the memory of like what is happening. And eval is a great concept, but I think that one is a whole tutorial by itself, and that's how you can like kind of. I was talking to Hang Fei. Hang Fei is the founder of like ADK and the lead tech developer of like ADK at Google. I had like an interview with him about a couple weeks ago at the Google DevFest in Silicon Valley, and my question to him was, can we look at eval as like the unit testing for AI agent? And he was like, exactly. And then he went a little deeper in that. So we have that interview ready for you. We will like, I'll be releasing it into my channels. If you don't follow me at ADY NGOM, ADY NGOM, across like, all channels, or you can just go to my website addingom.com, and you'll see we'll be posting a lot around this kind of stuff. So let's go back. So today we're gonna stay on trace and events for most of what we're doing, and that should be plenty. Are we ready for the next agent, Cinnamon, or do we have a question in between? Did I lose Cinnamon? Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Yep.
Hello? I'm back.
Cool,
Hi.
cool. So yeah, I saw that you start this one. This is pretty cool. You have
Yes, it
started a
says,
few one. So do you want to go through them so we can respond to those before we go to the next agent?
please.
Yes. So I see that you start a couple of them. Let's start there. So here, uh, something unseemly, I don't know if I'm saying it right, says, what tool do each of the content agents use? Okay. So what you can do in the meantime, we're going to go through each of them. If you go to the ADK agent and you go to content pipeline and you click on agent, so in a typical setup, I will separate them, but in this workshop, I put them all together in one file here. So you have the research agent, you have the draft agent, and you have the optimizer agent, and the publisher agent. So they are all here, and you see the most important part, which is the doc string. This is what Gemini, what ADK uses to know which agent to invoke, and then the root agent. Right now, this agent as is not using any tools. So what does it mean? Every information that it's getting is taking it from the model that is associated with each of those agents. So if I look at the optimizer agent, the model is Gemini 2.0 Flash Express. This is okay, but can be a problem. And I'll show you exactly why it can be a problem in the financial agent and why you need tools. So thank you for like asking that question. It is gonna be very important for us to see like why we need to use the tools. So to your question, the short answer, these agents right now are going purely on LLM knowledge, which can be a problem, honestly, depending on what model you use and what was the cutoff time of that model, because that can be something that is outdated. And this is why picking the right model, but using tools. And I'm going to show you exactly why is that a problem. So before I do that, let's look at the other question. Very good question right there. How can you make sure the research agent is using relevant information instead of historical? Or yes. And I'm gonna solve that in the financial one. Very good question there, and very good instinct. I love this class already. So in order to do that, you cannot rely on the LLM. So let's take a moment and understand what an agent is and what is the construct of an agent. The brains, or like the thinking part of the agent, is the LLM. Okay? it is the one that is going to use inference to kind of understand the request and then kind of invoke, okay, what do I need in order to complete this task? And it's going to do two things. It's going to look into its tooling system. So the tooling is your capability. So if you just take the human anatomy, if you have the brain, when it say I want to move something, that's not the brain moving something. The brain will send a signal to your hand, and that hand is going to get that signal to move something. So that's become your capability. That becomes your tooling. So toolings can be 2 to 3 things in the ADK setup. First and foremost, the simplest type of tooling are plain Python function. So if you had a multiplier agent, you will have a multiplier function that anytime you say like multiply something by this or that, it will know that like it needs to use the multiplier function, and that becomes your tooling. The second set of tooling you have is built-in tools. The built-in tools such as Google Search, Google Map, those are built-in tools, but those only work with the Gemini models. If you do not have, if you use another model, because ADK is flexible where you can use OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepSeek, and whatever, you can use any other models. But when you use those models, you have to use the tooling with like either calling an API or writing your own model, or even like writing an MCP layer that will like go, let's say, to your database and like bring back the result in a way that your LLM can consume it. So those are the tooling. So the brain is the LLM. The tools, the capabilities are the are like, you know, your tooling system basically. Okay, very good question there.
Awesome.
So
thank you so much.
Let's see how you make sure. So that was that one. So somebody is asking if the tools.
Hold on. Sorry.
This one.
This
So
one.
yeah, put the next one. These tools are MCP tools. Yeah, not they can be MCP tools, but that's not meaning that they are all MCP tools. You know, it can just be a plain function or a built-in tool. Okay. So what is running the observability and AI tracing in this? Yeah, so that's a black box of like ADK. That's kind of like the abstraction layer that ADK has built in. Now, you could take over. I know that, for example, ADK will allow you to bring in LangChain and LangGraph and do a lot of like custom stuff. But for the most part, you know, yeah. But that's the black box right there. Not really like, I will not call it the black box, but that's the magic of ADK doing those stuff for you. Okay?
We have one more question.
Yeah. Is it possible?
This is our...
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody's talking.
I was just going to say we have one more question, Adi, and then we're reaching the top of the hour. So
okay.
After you finish answering
so
this,
if we cover one more question, and what time is it? Okay. So if we cover the next agent, we can just take a quick break and do some announcement, and then finish the second set of agent and just go one by one after that. Okay.
Great.
So Bima Mohammed says, is it possible to use a non-Gemini model? Yeah, I kind of was talking about that. Gemini has like light LLM light or light route. I mean, I always forget the name, but it's very easy to just use that, just almost how you use Open Router, and then you will just like put the how you call it, put the model. So if you use another model, you will go into your agent setup. So the way that I have it set up is like I have the Gemini 2.0 Flash by default. But if you want to use another model, you will kind of come here. You will create a .env file inside of here, and you will put your API key for the other models that you're going to be using. So let's say if you had, so you will do like .env here. you know. And in the .env here, you will put the different like model like you want to use. Like, so it might be like you will put your OpenAI API key here. You know, I'm not gonna go through that right now, but you will put your OpenAI API key here, and then inside the agent, you will be able to say like, you know, what is the model, and then you'll be able to reference like, you know, an OpenAI model such as like GPT-4, GPT-5, you know. So that is something that is very straightforward, very easy to set up in ADK. That's one of the flexibility it allows, and that's how you can have like any kind of model possibly in here. All right, so we're gonna cover one last agent, and I think the next one for me. Let me go back to my Rollo to my notes here. Let's look. What was the next agent for us? So we did the content pipeline. Let's look at the medical authorization, and let's like take a quick break for announcement and a breather. Okay, sounds like a plan. Let's go with the medical authorization. Okay, so for the medical authorization, I'm gonna put, look at this one though. Now we're getting into things that are a little more complex. This is some sensitive data. You know, it has to like, so I say pre-authorized for knee surgery. Patient name is John Smith and his member ID is ABC123. So this is very sensible data. You have to like verify the client. You have to make sure you have a database of your clients. You have to see that you have the permission to even pre-authorize something like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. Okay, so first and foremost, let's look at the graph here. Okay, so this is the, and once again, whenever you are in the graph, you see that there's 4 steps from 0 to 3. Counting in programming starts at 0. You can go anywhere if you want on that right away, because you see now it's telling you this is now the authorization agent. But as I'm like going back, it shows you exactly the sequence it took, you know. So when I do this, the intake agent is going to take the query, then it's going to prepare the query and pass it on to the verification agent. The verification agent takes that, and after verifying, we'll take the results of the verification and pass it to the medical review agent. And finally, we'll pass it to the authorization agent. So the thing is, like, we are going through all of this, but honestly, if the intake agent was to check or the verification agent was to check and something was missing critical and capital, it should not even let it go to the medical review agent because this is costly. Imagine, you know. But for now, I'm just showing you the sequence, and then I'll show you how to stop a sequence or how to react to, like, you know, certain type of like answers and how to react to them properly. But I want you to drive home first. Your instinct should be, this is a process that should be sequential, because we need to understand the query, we need to verify, then pass it to the next agent to do what they have to do. Okay, so what did it do here? For the first one, the intake agent got the request, got the patient detail, and then is flagging out the missing things. You know, the provider name is missing if that's an insurance if that's an insurance use case, the procedures, everything. So there's not a lot of details. Now it passes it to the next one. It says, I need more information before I can verify. So you see now it's going to the verification agent. I need the patient date of birth. I need the insurance plan, and so forth and so on. So now, based on that, the next agent say, I cannot perform a proper medical necessity review. I need the stuff. We could have stopped it right here, but I just wanted to show you that if you do not, if you prime them to react a certain way, they can still give you like, a good response, or like, insufficient information, a good like, error, instead of just like can do it or code for 400 and whatever. You can control this flow. That might be something where you go back to the loop and ask more question to the person who inputted that information. So, and then finally you have it here. This is one of the most kind of like quote unquote simple agent to put together, but you guys can understand the complexity in like being right in this type of stuff. You are going to be dealing with people like, data, HIPAA compliance, stuff like that. You have to be precise. You have to have the right authorization. So this is really where ADK shines, where you can take your time into making sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do. And then when you put evals and like training models, training data on top of that, and get into the concept of like what I call pure agent, that's a whole other level. That is a whole other level. And ADK makes most of it already very simple for you. So Cinnamon, I'm going to stop at that for like the agent presentation. I know that some of you guys are already, and please do that. Go and open this. I'm asking you if you want to even make some changes, keep some kind of good practice here. If you want to make any change, this is a GitHub project. Just do git check out, -b and the name of like, my dirty branch. So if you do this, you can, if you have played with Git before, you know exactly what I'm doing. If you have a new branch, you can do any changes you want. You can test it. But if you make any changes in like the Python code and everything like that, you have to restart your servers so it can pick up the changes, So you can do that. So I'm going to stop right there. Cinnamon, can you...
Yes, I can step right in, and we are getting ready to take a wonderful break. It is 12:57 Eastern Standard Time, so let us come back together at about 1:05. Is that okay?
1:05?
Yeah, just a real quick break so we can jump right back in. This is exciting. Unless anyone's comment that they need longer, about 10 minutes, and we can get back together.
Okay.
1:10.
1:10. Okay. Yeah. I need to go use the bathroom real quick. Number one. Okay. So don't get any idea there.
Stop.
So you want to put something on the.
Definitely.
Yeah. You want to put like on break or something on the stuff so people know.
I'm going to definitely let you guys see what's going on as far as the next step after these agent builds. You're going to want to jump onto ADY's masterclass. So take a look here and see what he has to offer.
Yeah, you should go with the other one, the one that has that one. Okay. All right, so we got the lo-fi music playing. All right, we see you in 15 minutes or 10 minutes. All right, all right. Are we back on? Okay, my mic is off. Hold on. Hello?
Hello, hello, everyone. Is everyone back in the room?
Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Yes, I can hear you.
All right. All right. I unfortunately broke my glasses, but I have a backup.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a backup.
let's see if we have any questions in the chat before we
Yeah,
go.
there's some that I starred, so I think a couple ones, so we can get to
Okay,
that.
got a lot of good chiming in. Everybody's back, ready to keep moving forward.
That's the energy, Jeff, man. No,
Yes.
Jeff, I'm here and ready to go. That's the energy right there.
Yes, I
Yeah,
feel the same way. Totally ready.
and they can hear me. Hey, Stephanie, how are you? Yeah, contact lenses. I'm thinking about it, man. It's about time.
Oh,
I'm just a little scared in like putting something in my eye, man, you know. But
I
yeah,
am the same
definitely, man.
way.
Welcome back. Do you wear contact lenses, Cinnamon?
No, I'm the same way. I wear glasses and I'm just like, oh my, everyone suggests I should do contacts. But it's really just when I'm sitting in front of this machine. Uh,
Mm,
and well, now I think I like them when I'm reading too. But
yeah,
for the most part, other than that, I don't need them to drive or anything like that. So they are just at certain times. Maybe if they become more permanent in my life, I might
yeah, yeah.
consider
It's
it.
becoming annoying. They start like having these marks on your nose and stuff like that.
There you
So
go.
if I don't chicken out about like contact lenses, I'm gonna go. But I love this exchange here. So look at this. Gayatri was having issues while interacting with the bots, and Heather give I think that's I hope like I'm saying it right, him or her, Gayatri, correct me please, said make sure your API is linked to a billable account. Can be the filter, just has to be linked. And then
Yes.
coming back, I saw like here, I believe, where's Gayatri saying that it worked for her, you know.
Oh, wonderful.
So
I
I really like this. So yeah, if you can step up, thank you, Heather, for doing that. If you can step up and help like, your neighbor, this is gonna be very cool.
have a cool,
And
we have a great group here. They are very
yeah,
helpful. Here's one
something
quick
unseen.
question. One quick question before we start.
Okay.
What are some ways we can build an AI security into this? How can we protect and text against prompt injection?
Yeah, very good question in there. And that's just the same thing as how could you protect like, against XSS attacks or like things like that. So for prompt injection, for people who might not know, people can use, and there was a huge case 3 months ago where somebody showed with like the Google, no, the Claude model, the Anthropic model, how like prompt injection was happening, and then was just showing like people information that they had no business of showing. So I would say the same thing. Built-in sanitization into your agent. Make sure like you do not give in a normal setup in software engineering, I will never take user input and have it like directly connected to my sensitive data. I will have some sanitization, steps in between. That's going to be something that's going to be hard to cover today, but like just keep that in mind that you control how you receive the prompt and how you make sure you sanitize it before, and then the prompt should not have direct access or direct interaction with your sensible data. So for example, if I have like some agent, one agent is just going to be the one sanitizing those input and passing it to the query agent, but I will never put the query agent, as the unique bridge between like my prompt and my data. Hopefully that makes sense to you. Very good question. And then of course, security, performance, all of that are going to be covered in the masterclass. And one thing that I'm going to show you before we go about this masterclass is if you go to my site, addingom.com, and you go in and you click here to register, people who are in here, this is a masterclass that we're selling at 1,500. But for people who are here, you can use this code. And I'm going to show it once, and then we'll send it again into the GDG channel. But if you put the code deep dive 999, you see now it goes from 1,500 to 999. Now, what you're going to cover in this masterclass is going to give you real world skills. So I'm saying go try to find that money, get your company to sponsor it, because you can take the skills that you're going to learn in here and bring it there, or take it as an investment for your own business, So this is, I'm not a big self promoter. I'm just saying that this is what we're covering for 2 days, 8 hours of this, 4 hours each day. You're going to have a manifesto that allows you to use these AI agents in production with security, performance, distribution, and everything. So for that alone, I think like the master class will pay itself. So that's all I'm going to do. I'll let like Cinnamon like do the promotion, but the deep dive 999 allows you to get a little cut and have your employer, have your business, go get a loan if you even need to, but come to that masterclass if you are very serious about taking this to the next level. Okay. So enough for that promo. Let's go back to ADK. All right.
Are we ready to go forward? I just wanted to add to that because I think that what's happening here is just the tip of the iceberg. And that master class is when you really take it on to build yourself. And I think that's the part where a lot of people are looking at, what do I do with this? And one of the first questions is, can I monetize this? Those are the questions that will not only be answered, but activated and launched in this masterclass. And it's not something to just sort of pass by. It is something serious that you want to consider, that it's a must be for all those that are building right now in the class. It is as far as I'm concerned. So I hope that everyone takes advantage of it. It is a certifiable class. You will receive certification. It is payable via a purchase order from your company. So it's something that I really think that everyone should take advantage, since ADY was kind enough to share his knowledge with us, and a little further in what I would call as an educator above and beyond. So just if you have any questions, please reach out to ADY or myself during or afterwards to fill in any questions that you may have, because this is something that I think everyone attending would want to be a part of as we continue to embrace this AI.
Yeah,
so
it's December 3rd and 4th, and we're doing it from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.
It'll be in person.
It's going to be at the ATDC in Atlanta. So we're doing this first in Atlanta. And then if you have a GDG community or like any community outside of Atlanta, any other GDG group that you think is going to be able to take advantage of this, let us know and we'll come to your town, no problem. But, Atlanta is where we start,
Yay.
and then we'll take it from there.
Awesome. Okay, it's all yours. Thank you so much, ADY. Let's head on to the next agents, if you don't mind.
Okay, so the last one we did was the medical authorization agent. And some question that came up about tooling and stuff, we're going to be able to see why we need to not control, but like have an evaluation process or give the proper tooling to our agent. And this is going to be illustrated by the financial advisor agent. You don't want, excuse me, you don't want like a financial advisor to give you the wrong advice, because that can be very costly, and maybe that can even cost you your job or your money. So let's go to the financial advisor agent. Let me clean up here and go to the financial advisor. Okay, so let's do a query, and it's gonna look like a very innocent query, you know, but we'll take it from there. And I'm gonna say I want the analysis on the Apple stock. Okay, so analyze the Apple stock for moderate, and you see I'm just putting the stock ticker. Stock for moderate risk, long-term investor. Yeah, long-term investor. Well, I can be I can have very long prompts, but let's just keep it at that. And let's give it to our financial advisor. So it might be a tool that you're building for yourself, but might be a tool that you're easily building for, like, a firm, or like, a small business, for your friends and everything. So let's look at it from here. It says that the ticker is Apple and the current price is 175.23. The market cap is at 2.8 trillion. And then, very good, very structured data right here. Looks very cool. And, the risk assessment and so forth and so on. This looks very cool. And like on top of it, if I was to use it in my UI here, where's my financial advisor? Analyst finance stream with parallel execution. Okay, so let me put that one in. Same thing. Yeah, so this one is giving me, AR, VR, risk and challenges and everything like that. Okay. Very good. And there's something very subtle here. It's technically using the same model, but we have something a little subtle here that maybe people that did not catch on the other one. This one is doing an assumption and context as of November 2025. And I'll show you why it is getting the right date. But this one is completely off. It's saying that the current price, and in a very affirmative way, that the current price is 175, is 175.23. If I go to the Apple current price, it's 272.88. That's almost $100 in difference. So anybody knows why there's this huge discrepancy here, and why like this is something that we have to be aware of? This is the current price right now. And then most importantly, how do we fix this? Okay. So let's give people just a quick second to see if anybody gonna react in the comments, because we have a little delay with YouTube. So you guys, we are 40 seconds ahead of you. Sorry.
Doing good.
Yeah.
A question that said, is that hallucination or just old data?
Okay, this is very good, Lolo. So that's the right way to think about it. Is it already is it already predicting the market? Why not? Yeah. But let's stay here, because this is a very good. It's not hallucination at this point. It is just old data. So what happened is the model we use has a cutoff date and doesn't have like current data right now. It's using like stale data, So if you even see like the 50-week high and everything, this looks like what the stocks were like, I think it's even 2023, not even 2024, And then Q3 earning, new iPhone sales so strong in China, new share buyback program, it looks like at the cutoff time from this model, basically, this is correct, but just stale, just old, So the thing is, how do we fix this? We have we have two choices, and I'm asking to the audience. I can show you how to fix this right now, or I can finish the agents and then come back and fix this. Let me know. If you want, I can go through the exercise of showing you how to fix this, and then we go to the next agent. But I want you guys to vote for it real quick. Do we fix this right now?
One says fix and one says go forward.
Okay, we need a tiebreaker.
All right, I'll be the tiebreaker and say fix it now.
Okay, fix it now.
It's always good to learn. I'm always good for a good learn.
All right, so we have a tiebreaker. Fix it now. There we go. Let's go. Finish the. Oh, somebody was saying finish the agent.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stephanie. People, you got beaten by the vote. There's a few fix it now. And the thing though is, the cool part is it's gonna answer an earlier question about tooling, and it doesn't take long to fix it. Okay, so let's go through that. So pay attention here. Okay, so come on, Gemini. I mean, not Gemini, ADK. Are you in session or not? Do I need to refresh my window? Okay, so that's going to take a little moment because it is a web-based stuff. So if we stay off for a little bit, in order to finish the save the resources, it's just going to go in stale mode, and then you just have to refresh. But it should go fast because the workspace was already set up. So all right, make me a prophet, Firebase. Go fast, finish this up quick, man. Come on. All right, while it's doing that, this thing is still here. Let's just go through the events again, and see what happened. So when we did the query, we had the intake agent that took the query. So we were asking about the Apple stock. Then it went to the verification agent. Oh no, I'm in the old one. Why is it still showing me the old one? Medical review? No. You see, it went to stale mode and did not even update here. Okay, this is wrong. So let's just let it set up the workspace again, because we should not be seeing this here and if I put refresh, it's going to be the same thing. Let me try if I refresh. Yeah, we're going to lose this session anyways. Are you kidding me, Firebase? Come on now. Yeah, okay. I learned my lesson. I'm not going to let it go stale next time this long, because I think the 10 minutes we took, it just said, hey, buddy. All right. Should I do this or not? Let me do this. So Firebase Studio, and let me make sure I put my Tech Labs account. Come on, are you kidding me? Sorry guys, that's the thing about being live.
It's the best part about being live.
It's real at the end of the day. So, we have nothing to hide.
You have a comment
on your device, so continue. Yeah, that's me. Oh, man.
There's a comment that says someone else's Firebase is frozen right now, too.
Yeah, so I think maybe that's just IDX itself having a problem, which would be, I mean, worst case, I can open my okay. Why is it saying that this was accessed 2 days ago? Huh. Well, it doesn't matter. That's fine. So while it's doing that, this one is totally frozen. Let me know. Let me see. Worst case, I will just open my Docker locally and just run it. We have plans, no worries. Actually, while it's doing that, let me. Okay, this one is building. Wow. No. But I don't want this to build. I want my Tech Labs 28. That's the one that we were just working on. Yep. Bring me here, buddy. This is where I want you to be. Sorry, guys. A little live and direct snafu. There you go. This one is totally dead.
Oh no.
We'll see now which one is going to open up first.
I have some side bets.
Yeah. So incognito versus not incognito.
This is a great comment.
Which one? Never perform live with babies, pets, or technology. I love it, Jeff. Jeff, oh man. Heather is the queen of the comments, but Jeff is definitely the king, man. I love that one. So probably DNS or whatever. So that's by the way, our single point of failure kind of system that we have. You remember 2 days ago with the emails that we were trying to send and Cloudflare went down. I literally sent the email at 6:30 in the morning. 6:35, luck will have it, Cloudflare went down.
Literally.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do while this thing is going down, and this is why we having like a backup is always good. Let me do Docker desktop, so we're not just sitting here like sitting ducks. All right, let me get some resources. I don't need Safari. Get out of here, because now I'm just gonna make sure. So for you people to see what's going on, I'm getting Docker desktop starting. So when I have Docker desktop started, I can go ahead in here, go to my terminal, and in my terminal, it's not letting me get out of here. What is wrong with this? I just want you to see this part because people who want to follow up with this locally, come on. I cannot get my terminal out of this window. Man. Can I get this out of this window? Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mirror the screen so you can see it. So this is very important. Okay. Cinnamon, do I still have you guys? Hello?
I'm still here. We're all still
Okay.
here.
So just make sure that on YouTube they can see this part, okay?
Gotcha.
Okay. And in the comments, if people can see this part.
All right. You have to reshare your screen.
I have to reshare my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so share screen. All right, can you see my terminal?
I can see your terminal, yes.
Okay, so what I did is I went ahead and I got Docker Desktop started on my computer while I'm waiting for IDX to come back. I got Docker Desktop going on. Let's see if ADK came back. Oh, ADK came back. All right, I think we can do that. Do people still want to see the Docker Desktop one, or is not needed since ADK is back?
I say stick with ADK.
Okay. So, but it's opening still. It's so, and this is why you need an incognito window. It's opening with my wrong Google account, which is going to create problems. Yeah, this one is not happening at all.
All right, well then let's close that one. And let's move forward with the
Oh, it's here. It's here.
Okay.
It's the right account and everything. So this is good because now let me just close the Docker because Docker gets a lot of resource out. I'll have a follow-up. I'll have a quick tutorial about how to set this up locally. And for the people who have Docker like working, good stuff. You know, you guys are real troopers. How are we doing in the comments?
Everybody's doing good. We had another Firebase crash, and we had some restarts.
Okay.
So it's across the board. I think we're being patient.
That's fine. So if you back to your Firebase, stay on it. Don't go away. You know, so stay on it as much as possible. I might lose. I just need to switch screen. So bear with me for a minute, and then we should be back on track. I just need like my notes on the other screen. So I'm gonna stop mirroring my screen.
You're doing fine. We have some people restarting. Firebase has crashed. Looks good from over here.
Okay, I'm good. All
Ready
right,
when you
so
are.
I think everybody was restarting. We good?
I believe everyone's ready.
All right, let's get this party restarted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my let's like close all the tabs on the right again, because I think everything is gonna go into cell mode. So the AI feature masterclass here. leave that one. Let's just stay here. And technically, none of my ports should be running right now. So this is how you get to your ports. Backend ports, it says that 3 are still running. That's kind of funny that it's still running. So maybe we should have listened to Stephanie and just like kept on like doing the agent.
All right, let's go back to the agent.
Okay, let's open this. No, we can fix it. That's what we were. I mean, it was going to be stale anyway because it was not even showing the right agent reference anymore.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it's fine.
All right, well, here we go.
All right, so we're back. All right, so what we wanted to do was to fix. And I'm gonna, it's better to delete this because it's gonna try to read it and might create problem. So let's just allow and M file in there because I had it. Let's just delete it. We don't need an M file. That was for like answering the question. So the one that we want to fix is the financial advisor. Okay. So in the financial advisor, we had it showing us 175 for Apple stock. And if we go to Apple current price, you see it's around 277 right now, okay? And what we had it at 175. So we want to fix that. So what we want to do, let's go into the financial analysis agent, okay? The financial agent right here. And we're going to import this tool. I kind of had it commented out. So what I said earlier was if you have the Gemini model, you're going to be able to use built-in tools such as like the Google search tool. So I'm going to uncomment it and I'm just going to say from Google ADK tools import, and then I can like import these other tools right here, so Google, Google search. Now, how do I add this? I will go to my data analyst here. And you see the data analyst, this output format doesn't mean that, this is just like kind of an example. But since it was using, it did not have a tool, it just used it as like, sample data, basically. So how do we make sure that it doesn't do that? We want it to use like, the Google search. We want it to go search Google and then find the right stock price. So under the model that I have here, so the app, this should be an example. It should be like, not like the data that it should use. But since it is the LLM and it doesn't know, and it was like older, it said like, okay, I'm going to do this. So what I'm going to do here, right after, this is what is called, whenever you have the instruction, this is like kind of acting like the doc string of your agent, So the description is going to be like, actually the description is the doc string where it's going to tell your root agent, what do I use and when do I use it, or what I use it for. And then it gives it like your system prompt, you are a financial data analyst and whatever. Now, but this data analyst doesn't have a tool. So I'm going to associate a tool with it. So at the end of the doc string here, I'm going to put a comma. And in here, I'm going to put a tools, so tools. And it's even giving me the autocomplete here, Google search. And let's give it a minute. So right now I added, the only thing that I had to do is add the Google search. And this is the power of like the built-in tools. You don't have to do any bigger setup than that. Because you're using a Gemini model, you can associate the building tool from like Google to do this kind of stuff. And honestly, that's it. So now let's see if like that's going to change the thing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill my what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my alias. Oh yeah, kill all. That's my alias because there's a kill thing. It's gonna like you see, it gets rid of like port 3002 and port 8501, and I'm gonna do start all. So it's gonna pick up, you know, the changes, and those ports are gonna come back up here. Yeah. All right. So let me. We want Apple current price is right here at about 268. That's not what I wanted you to do. I just wanted you to be right here. And I'm going to kill the tabs to the right. And in the fast workshop here, I'm going to open 3002 after the restart. And I'm going to, well, I don't need to open the other one for now. But I'm going to go to the financial advisor. And I'm going to give it the same query. So let me get my notes. Where's my VS Code? It's hiding somewhere. It's hiding from me. Where's Visual Studio Code? Give me, where are you? Hold on. Yeah, okay, I got it back. All right, you guys cannot see it, but I can see it. Okay, so what was our query? Our query was analyze Apple stock for moderate risk long-term investor, okay? Let's run this one again now.
Ready.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Look at this. We have a Google search now here that is showing up, and that is telling us, I want to get to the right ticker. Look at that current price, 274.12. And look at it here. We are 277.32. It goes up and down. So if you went to the stocks, you will see that it goes like, if you go like this, you'll see like it goes up and down. So at some point when it was doing that search, that 277 happened, you know. So if you had something like that, you would probably like do a poll, like, you know, every 5 minutes or whatever the change. But it's 277 closer to 274.12, closer to like what we have right now than like the 175 we had. And all we did was adding like that, like Google search tool. And you can see in the execution here, it shows you that it used like, you know, you can even click on this, you know, Apple current stock price, Apple stock analysis, and Apple market capitalization. These are the things that it went and did a search on Google, you know. An overall recommendation, now you have a little more confidence into buying this because now it's using live Google search, not just like, you know, this is now live Google search. You see what I'm saying? Are you seeing what I'm saying, or are you seeing what I'm saying? But you see, there's like some important disclaimer. When you're doing this type of stuff, this is educational information.
There it is.
And let me make sure that people see that. You always have to like put this kind of guardrails Past performance doesn't guarantee future result. Consult a licensed financial advisor before investing. And we could go to the extreme where we can even put up a stock ticker like this one, you know, and have that showing into our Streamlit interface. But I just wanted to show you the big difference into having a tool and not having a tool, you know, and how easy it is to embed like the Google Build tool as long as you are using tools. That's it. It took us like less time to fix it than to get Gemini or to get like IDX back up.
Because of that one line of code.
One line of code right there.
All right, that was the financial advisor agent. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Cool.
And you know, and Jeff is appreciating it, man. So Jeff is like kind of our barometer today, you know.
Please, yes.
Yeah. So what is please can you share the import statement you use for Google search? Yeah, right here on line 6. You know, right here on line 6, Mohammed. From Google ADK tools, you should be able to see a lot of them here. And if you kind of wanted to, you can just right click here, and then you will be able to see the other tools that are going to be here. Okay, function tool, and everything. You can see like how this thing is built and what are all the available tools. You can go further than that if you wanted to.
Excellent.
It's just like importing it here. Okay. All right. Any other questions before we cover the other ones? And I want to give people some exercise to do, you know, for the people who have it like going on.
Yes.
How we doing? We are at we are almost at the top of the second hour.
Yes,
but we
are.
covered so much already compared to the other workshop. Hopefully, I hope that everybody's getting that feeling right now.
I'm ready for the next one, but we might want to take a break.
Well, I'll leave this window open and I'll keep on just kind of like make sure it doesn't go stale on me again.
Right.
Yeah. So if everybody now see how like we solve for that, you know, go for it and keep it. And then what I will recommend, if you make a change like that, come back into your terminal and make sure you save the change. Okay. If you want to keep it. So I will do Control L and I will say Git status. Okay, so I modified the financial agent advisor, and I'm going to show you something very cool here. Let's use Gemini to write a good, I did not even plan for this, but I'm feeling like it, so let's do it. Hey Gemini, and I will say, do I have this on? Okay. Hold on. I don't have Whisper on. Give me a second. Because now I'm going to show you something cool. I'm a lazy developer. I don't want to do anything that I can avoid to do by typing by hand or whatever like that. I have Whisper Flow. So I'm going to show you something very cool here. If Whisper Flow works. If not, we'll just do it manually. So my mom says, make flow start now. Okay, I already have that. I don't need to do all of that. So let's keep it. I'll show it another time. I don't have time for it today. So what I want to do here, I just want to tell Gemini to, I made a change to the financial advisor agent by adding a new tool to get Google search. Can you help me create a thorough Git commit on a new branch. So this is how you're going to be working with Coding AI Assistant. That's going to be a quick bonus. So let's see. You see, it's going to give you like the command. That's what I would type in the terminal, git checkout B. And that's going to be a feature because I added something new. It's not a bug fix or anything. So it has proper, what I will call proper GitHub commit etiquette, you know. So I'm going to say run the terminal command. You see, it goes and it's going to do that. The command succeeded. It's going to look at the status. Okay. And it's going to add the file, the exact file that changed. That's the agent py in financial advisor. And finally, it's going to create a commit message. And you see how this commit message is very full. Commit M is going to say like what the commit was about and everything. So let me even expand a little here so you can see it. This is now going to be your commit message, you know. One of the things that I hate the most as a developer is when I have to like, you know, because I make almost commits every single like 30 seconds to a minute. So having something like this, you know, running in the back and all I have to do is just looking at it real quick, you know, I can make changes if I needed to, because, you know, and stuff like that. So let me run that terminal command. And then you see, I have created a new branch, committed the changes, the commit message is, and whatever. So I showed you in about 5 minutes how you can use a coding assistant to your advantage, you know. So let's go back to our our port. You have that. And of course, if you have a billing, I would say if you go serious about it and you stay on IDX, you can change your model. So since like they're saying Gemini 3 is like one of the best coding model, you can switch to like Gemini 3 and it's in preview mode, which means like it doesn't cost much right now. You will be able to kind of ask questions. So for example, at the end of this workshop, you might have a few questions around like some of this stuff that we did not cover. You can come here and say, hey, Gemini, I have like this agent doing this and that. I wanted to understand more, and it can become like your kind of tutor. And I would say, do it. There's nothing like preventing you of doing that. This is how coding assistant, like I feel like should be used to get you to understand better and get you to architect better. But I will not let them make all the decision. The decisions should be yours. Okay? Is that a good thing there? We good? Was that a good tangent there? Seeing like how
that was great. I think we can come to a quick break right now. We're at the top of the hour at 2:00, and
okay,
get ready for the last 4 agents, I believe.
Yeah, and some hands-on too. So like I think the next hours we will cover the last 4 agents, and we'll use the last hour to go hands-on and start like, you know, creating a Git branch. Anybody can pick whatever agent they want to start playing with and doing some changes. And I think that would be plenty.
Oh, wonderful. I can't wait.
All right.
All right. Let's take a break for about 10 minutes and come back at 2:10, everyone. 2:10.
Yeah. I'm just going to hang around and just make sure that like Firebase doesn't go stale on me again. So, okay. Yeah. And if we have questions, add them. I'm just going to keep them on the pipeline. So I'll make sure I respond at the same time for everybody.
All right.
Yeah.
Everyone take a good break, a good stretch.
Yep. Some music, some background.
Of course. We're back. Hello, hello.
Hello.
We are back.
We are back on track. All right, so let's get going. Quick thing for everybody before we get back to the agents. If you want to see the different tools, you can go look at the documentation. But don't forget that you have ADK built in into your repo. And in here, I can see all of the other tools. I can see the base tool, one that, for example, load web page, Rafiki is going to love. You can just click on the tool and then it will tell you what it does. And you see, this is just like we did with the Google search tool. We can use any of these, and that's just like a tool that allows you to get the content of a web page, and there are a few more in here,
Awesome.
So inside of ADK, how do you access that? Like I did earlier, if you just come here in your agent pie where you put that ADK tool, if you use command or control, right click here, you put command onto the tool, and then you just click on it. It's going to get you exactly into the tools folder on the left. And then you're going to see all of these things: BigQuery, Bigtable, computer use, Google API tool. So if I'm a curious cat like me, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open each one of them, understand what do they do, and probably look, they even have integration for Crew AI, for LangChain, for Google Maps, Google Search, Google Maps grounding tool. So if you were to like write this from scratch, probably going with something that Google integrated first, that would be better, So look at this, be curious about it, what is the MCP tool doing, what is the Google API tool doing, what is the computer use tool doing, okay? Never kill the curious cat in you. So that's like, take that and, go around and see what's going on. All right, let's get back to it.
All right.
Yeah. So now let's go back to our agent list, and we just did the financial advisor. I think we have about 4 more agents to go. Let's do this. This was, and you guys got to see coding AI assistant. That was not planned. So let me do LS tags. And we covered, so now we're going to go into brand intelligence, our next agent. Okay.
Yes.
So what does brand intelligence do? So let's start brand intelligence from this perspective this time and understand what it's supposed to do. And then we're going to put it to the test. So let me collapse my, yeah, there you go. And if I click on Agent Pi, it's going to get me back here. There's too many things open. Okay, so brand intelligence. Let's see the Agent Pi of brand intelligence. What does it do? So the brand intelligence description is searches, recent news mention, and media coverage. So if you have a brand, you want to know how people feel about you or are talking about you, where they're talking about you. That's what is called brand intelligence. Okay? And can everybody read what I'm looking at, right? Or should I make it bigger? Cinnamon.
We had a comment in the chat about making the screen slightly
bigger. I cannot hear you if you're talking.
We had a comment in the chat that said,
all right, I'll make it a tad bigger, so I think everybody should be able to see. So the brand intelligence like agent is a news researcher. It has a news researcher agent, and the news researcher agent does this, okay? Now it has a social analyzer agent, and the social analyzer, the role of it is analyze the brand's social media presence and conversation, you see? And then you can go for these platforms, the follower estimate, the engagement rate, and the conversation team, the trend tracker agent, and the competitor monitor. It can look at your different competitors, and this is going to be us introducing our first parallel agent. So earlier when I was, most of the agent that I showed you had a sequential process, which is done that way because the output of one of the agent was the input for the next agent. So that's a dependency. That dependency got us to do the sequential. But this one, you're going to see that they're going to execute faster because they're going to be able to do these things at the same time. They don't depend on each other. There's going to be one orchestrator agent, which is the root agent. And the root agent is just going to fire all those agents at the same time. So you see here, even though it's saying like sequential agents, the sequence is between the parallel researcher and the intelligence synthesizer. The parallel researcher, this is very good because the sequential agent, you're like, oh, he's talking about parallel, but we are using sequential agent. Look closely. The parallel researcher is going to fire 4 agents at the same time. So look how we set it up here. Where's the parallel? So the parallel researcher is going to use the parallel agent construct. And it's going to fire at the same time the news researcher, the social analyzer, the trend tracker, and the competitor monitor. Now, in the main process, in the root agent, it's going to do the parallel researcher, let the parallel researcher be finished, and from the data that it gathered, it's going to involve the intelligence synthesizer. This is how you are kind of doing those Lego blocks. This part should be parallel, this part should be sequential, and at the end of the day, this is how the process goes. I really love that convention. You cannot even imagine how hard it was to make this kind of stuff going on. And I'm not even going to start there. We can have a fireside chat about this later on, but man, this is huge, So Stephanie can see it good. Great. Now, let's go to our brand intelligence here. Let's change it to brand intelligence. Okay. And what is the query for the brand intelligence? I had it written somewhere. Like I told you, I'm getting old. So, and yeah, let's do this one. Analyze Tesla brand perception. And the thing is, if you were just to put like an input like this into ChatGPT, for example, you are just having a conversation with an LLM. But here we are involving a set of agents. We're controlling which agents, which model, and we can mix and match. We could have like, a ChatGPT model for one part of the process. We can have Anthropic for another part. We can have the Gemini for another part. We can really mix and match. You are in control. You are the maestro. And we'll talk about the maestro program for something else. But you are the maestro. You are the orchestrator. You are the architect. You're going to have to start thinking as architect rather as talking about like being software engineers or developers. You're going to have to up that stance. You're going to know about software engineering and coding, but I want you to start thinking about as architects. How do I put this together? Is this the best way to do it or not? Does it make sense? How do I evaluate it? How do I test this? So there we go. We get this. Social presence, platform, follower estimate, 50 plus million, conversation teams. These are the teams so if I had like a marketing department and stuff, and I see that this is what people talk about around like, stuff, I can just like double down on it or like, have things like created around this. Sentiment breakdown, positive 45%, neutral 30%, negative 25%, notable mention, trending hashtags. And these are my trending hashtags. If I know my trending hashtags, I'll probably have them every single time, like on my Twitter or my LinkedIn. Okay. Then let's look at the event here to look at the graph. Okay. So brand intelligence, and you see now how the graph has changed. Okay. Before we had one linear sequential agent, but now look how it went about. You know, at this very step, it went to the social analyzer. You know, but this is done in parallel. That's the thing though. It is done in parallel, you know, inside of this. All of them have been fired up at the same time, you know, and then the intelligence synthesizer came at the bottom, I mean at the top. So this is like a bottom up approach. This happened, the parallel researcher, it cooked here, and then whatever was the meal was served to the intelligence synthesizer, you know. So each of them did something, and then at the end, at the very end, explanation of the analysis, yep, and then the competitive landscape and all of that. Yeah. So very cool way of like mix and match, you know, two different type of process, when to use the parallel one, because the competitive monitor did not need to like wait on the trend tracker, the social analyzer. All of these are independent like task. So they all went at the same time. Now, does it mean that you should do it all the time or abuse it? You have to understand like your rate limits. You have to understand the API that you're using, and all of those kind of stuff. You have to, there's an etiquette behind setting this thing up. And we will cover those type of stuff in the masterclass. And then here you can see, if I go, I can see like how many tokens were used, you know, what was the invocation ID, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So you can do a lot. You can build, I mean, it's very easy to build your custom dashboard to have an evaluation process for your agent before you put them into production. And I'll show you how to exactly do that in follow-up events. You know, you can build like a custom dashboard that makes sense to you. How do you ingest this data, and how do you make it like influence your decision if you're going to go move forward or work a little more? When are you going to be able to say this agent is production ready? You know, what is the feedback loop? How do you evaluate a tool? There are so many little details in there before you feel like ready to have a customer facing agent. Because what we can do here and fix, once it's in the hand of customers, you know, that's a whole different ball game. Okay, but there are convention in place. There are set rules in place to make sure that you avoid something catastrophic to happen. So anybody followed up on this and is seeing like what we did with the financial advisor, and most important, how we use like a parallel process to have multiple agents going at the same time. What I really like is how ADK made it very simple. It's just like a syntax, really, where in some other one, you kind of have to implicitly, you know, tell it to do this kind of stuff. But here, all we had to do is get the parallel agent, like, you know, construct, and just like now we have it going on this way, which is very cool.
Extremely cool.
Any question around this? If not, we'll just go to the next one.
We do have one question.
Some of you might be dying into trying to get your hands dirty a little.
We do have one question, Adi.
Okay, I'm trying to get back to my to you guys.
Can you hear me?
Somebody saying, I want to build an agent for vulnerability triage. I'm developing it here in ADK, but production will eventually be in Azure AI Foundry. Are there any big compatibility issues between the two? I would say this to you. You can build it and put it into Azure, and then you can like, because just like I'm using Streamlit right now, you can basically have it as an SDK or as a fast API. So you can literally like have it anywhere you want. But there's an advantage in using the Google Cloud with Agentverse, and they have a lot of other playground where you can publish your agents to production. But can you do the short answer? Can you do it in Azure? Yes, you can definitely. You can put it anywhere you want. And as you saw in my example, since I have it as a Docker container, I can probably put it anywhere I want. But at that moment too, you have to start thinking about resources and everything. Azure is a great cloud destination, so you should be able to do it. We will cover deployment and deployment strategies a lot in the masterclass, but I would say, yeah, you definitely can do it. I will at first go with the Google products if I can. And honestly, I'm not saying that because I'm affiliated with Google or anything. I am not. I'm just a developer expert there. I have no interest in pushing like one agenda over the other, but they are well integrated into the Google ecosystem. But that doesn't mean they're preventing you from going into other spaces. I mean, a proof of that is they could have made like the ADK only talk to the Gemini models, but they don't. You can use any model you want. And in that same sense, you can use any cloud formation or any cloud like space that you want. But we can talk more on that. Any other question? So see, you were kind of on mute and you're not on stage. So I'm gonna go to the, if there's no other question,
I'm here.
I'm gonna go to the
sorry.
next agent. So
Hello.
And get into the exercise. Okay, what is the next agent? Starting agent number 7. Yep, she's keeping me like right on track. So let's get there. Agent number 7 is probably my favorite, and you might know why, because I'm a lazy developer. So if I can have a software assistant, yeah, so let's go to the software assistant. And yeah, let's do the software assistant pretty quickly. You can, okay, so people are hearing Cinnamon. I'm the one who's not hearing her, which is bad because she's the voice of reason here. Okay. All right. Cinnamon, can you come quick again and see if I can hear you now?
La 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 la.
There you go. La 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 la. Good. All right, we got the la 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 test.
Okay, I'm here. I haven't left.
This is how we do it, man. And I'm not even going to sing it because most people on this call will not even know the song. So don't worry about it. Yeah. So what was the next one? You see how old I am? Is that the software assistant? Yeah.
That's the software assistant.
So the software assistant we can do, and this is one where the Gemini models really shine in context and everything. And if the promise of Gemini 3 stands true, it's going to be a killer as a software assistant. And we have a product that we've been baking for the last 6-7 months. We'll have a big announcement soon. I'm just going to keep it at that, and I'll show you what it looks like real quick before the end of the call. But let's stay on track here. So fix 500 error when uploading files over 10 megabytes. So this packs so much in so little. Look at the structure of the prompt. Fix. So fix and then column. So this is going to be a fix. And then the error, 500 errors. 500 usually are like file not found or resource not found. Or like, no, server error. 400 are like, location not found. But 500 might be, I'm having server error, like I'm disconnected or whatever. When uploading file over 10 MB, 10 megabytes. So it's very precise. Every time the file is over 10 megabytes, I'm getting errors. Can you look at it and try to fix it? So you see, it's going to go ahead and create a bug summary, okay? And say the title is going to be 500 errors during file uploads exceeding 10 megabytes. And then it associates a category. Uploading a file can start in the front end, but that's not a front end problem. It is a back end problem. Well, the front end can make sure that the file is not over. If I'm a good front end guy or girl, if I know that I have a problem, I might just say like this file is too big or this file exceed whatever, and I will not even let it go to the back end. That would be like the way I will kind of architect like a UI. But let's say the front end is right now a pass through, so this becomes a back end error. In the front end, we are uploading, and then as soon as it hits the back end, we have 10 megabytes. Anything that is over 10 megabytes is failing. You know, the technical details, the symptoms, and then it even goes and finds similar tickets, internal tickets. You know, this is like, think about it. From that simple query, it's able to drive that whole intelligence. Are there GitHub issues related? Because if it has already been fixed, it can already go and find that fix and reapply it, or at least suggest that fix. So it's trying to minimize, you know, having to do redo work or being redundant. You know, it even goes and look for Stack Overflow solutions. A lot of people do not do Stack Overflow anymore, but for us, 5-10 years ago, man, that was the only way that we could stay as software engineer. There were so many questions, and that was the only place we would go to find this type of answers. And there were some other spots, but AI came, and now we don't do that anymore. But it goes to Stack Overflow. But Stack Overflow, people are sleeping on it because it has a database of so many software problems that have ever occurred. Maybe not new software, but old software, Python, Java, even to some extent like old JavaScript. Man, if you have any problem, it's probably been solved in Stack Overflow somehow, some way. Okay? So don't sleep on it. That's a treasure trove of like information in there. Now it gives you the bug summary. It gives you the similar thing. And let's look at it because I'm like, what's going on here? So we have same thing here. This is a sequential agent, analyzer agent, searcher agent, and solution generator. So this one went for like the sequential pass, okay? And we can look at the request, the response, and everything. And all the way to the bottom, prevention recommendation, implement input value. You see that's what I was just saying. So I'm a good front-end engineer because that's the first thing that kind of just came to my head. Implement input validation on the client side to restrict file upload to a maximum size. This should start when I don't want to call it defensive programming, but I would say common sense programming. Your user interface are going to be the way that your user interact with your product. Anything that you can do in there to prevent problem to be escalated in the back end, you should do it. So to me, that's the first thing that I will think about. Why don't I have a file size like, restriction in the front end? And display a user-friendly error message before the upload is initiated, Then implement server-side validation to enforce the file limit and return a 413 payload too large error to the client if the limit is exceeded. And then monitor file upload size to identify potential abuse or unexpected behaviors, And then there's an escalation criteria, and then the different citation coming from the research, the GitHub issue number 456, the Stack Overflow, the Nginx documentation, I love this software assistant already. So imagine if you take that to the next level where you can have a software assistant evaluating a pull request. Based on that pull request, it can evaluate your convention in your company and then give suggestion, all that kind of stuff. Imagine if it has to do a code review and give you pointers against usually we use an object-oriented approach to this, here, and stuff like that. There are a lot of part of software development that are not so sexy, but that needs to happen. You know, imagine if you automate those parts in a way that it makes sense to everybody and not in a condescending way. A lot of people who have been in software development team know that the PR process is a very hard process because people tend to take it like personally. And sometimes you have people who are very good developers, but they are not very good communicator. You can set a standard. That doesn't mean like, you know, don't let people talk to each other, but you can kind of have some convention in play. And the only reason of that is you want to advance, you know, the software agenda, not personal agendas. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about this. If there's no comment, I'm going to go to the next one. Easily one of my favorite ones, and you know why.
You're doing great.
Okay, the next one is project management. And now you are the bossy project manager, you know. I have a love-hate relationship with project managers, mostly love. So let's see what the project manager is going to do. And they are the ones that are talking to like the executive, you know, and everything. And man, I'm dying to talk about artists right now, but I'm going to hold myself back, you know. So let's talk the project man. Let's go with the project management because man, all of that is baked into this new platform. You don't, I mean, this is just crazy. So what is a project manager? So let's give it a task and see how it's going to respond, okay? How are my people on YouTube? Jeff, Stephanie, Heather, Muhammad. Okay. So for the project manager, plan a project to migrate monolith to microservices. Man, if I come on a Monday and my VP of engineering tells me plan a project to migrate monolith to microservices, I'm going home, man. I'm just going home and saying like, you know, I have to like, you know, these are just the parts that are not that fun. They can be fun if like, you know how planning works and like everybody gets aligned, everybody gets excited and everything like that. But then, you know, anyways, 25 years of, oh man. Okay, anyways, I'm not going to go there. Let's just keep at this.
You're getting some great feedback. Everybody's following along just fine. We're ready to put we're ready to put our hands on something and build.
Okay, we're almost there. So I think this is number 8. So we're just gonna, you see the ideas. I'm just doing the same thing over and over. This one is like a parallel execution. So the parallel project analysis is gonna look at the timeline, the risk assessor, and the resource allocator. And then the sequence is gonna be the project plan synthesizer at the end. So you see, it's gonna help me break down and then define the project goal, monolith analysis, and everything. So, you know, you guys can do that exercise at home, look at it, but most important, you know, you can start tweaking it and like making sure you get ownership of this, you know, and adapt it to your use case. So I don't need to do much more in there. I think we have only one left for the 9. So verify recommendation. This one is very important. I don't know, that's going to be part of bonus content and stuff, but that's going to be starting to step into the next steps, you know, the verify recommendation. So what is verify recommendation? Look at this one. The query is going to be recommend a charity for climate change donation and then 10K. I love this. This was inspired by, actually, I saw an article from one of the ADK team member. I'm going to call him my brother now, Adeyo Adedeji. And we have a very cool interview that we have like conducted in the Google offices. We'll share that with you. But what he did, he was saying that every single time he was to make a donation, he spent more time researching the charity and stuff like that. And to the point where he just did not even send. And that might have been $50 or $100, but billions of dollars, you know, get lost in people who have a paralysis of like donating because they don't know. So imagine if you have something like this that can give you a little confidence where you're putting your money. You know, charity is important. So let's Let's make it even like simpler. So we're looking at verified document.
This
And
is
big up
great.
to Adeo. Huh?
This is great. I 100% concur. I was in the same boat for a long time, not knowing where to pay it forward, if you will.
Yeah. And you can get a lot of tools involved here. There's like there's the agent payment tool. There's like so many tools that can be involved to see a lot of things. And there's a great like article that like Adeo has put together. We'll make sure that like we share those resources in our follow-up emails. Okay.
Yes.
So you see here, charity donation, the amount, verification level, it has to be deep because of the amount, stakes assessment, financial risk audit, full trail required through the candidate's ID, so clean air task force. And then you see it will have the type 501c3 nonprofit established since, what is their track record, and then evidence-based relies on scientific. So it's going to go and check all of these charity entities, and then like give you like an assessment about which one should like get your money, or even if you want to split it in between multiple charities. So, and I think Rafiki, we should put ourselves into like this list for people who want to sponsor this type of training. To just, we'll take that 10K, no problem. And we can take care of like a few students there. So
excellent idea.
yeah.
I'm also interested in adding who also donates to these particular.
Yeah, that's something that you can add, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. You can use Perplexity AI as a tool. You can use other tools added in there. Man, sky is the limit. But if you see the potential, I want you guys to take it to the next level. I'm just showing you the possibilities, and I wanted to show you a very varied force of agents. I didn't want to bore you here with a calculator or a weather, whatever. But I hope that this roster of agents are making your brain goes, man, I'm gonna go crazy with this. That's what I want you to do.
Yes.
All right. So those are the roster of agents that we have. So this other stuff, don't worry about it. We have some exercise and all that kind of stuff. But do you have questions before we go into the hands-on exercise?
Any questions on the stage here? Ben has, I think one is up here from Heather.
Heather is on a roll. Let's look at it. So what do you have, Heather, for me? Okay. PM asks, can I have the deliverable early and for half the budget? You see, this is the hate part of my love-hate part with PM. So like Heather, you just hit it right on the head right there. How can we get the resources if we didn't get in the email? I think that's Salabas. Yeah. So
share some links.
The GitHub repo is open, and all you have to do is just like really pull that GitHub repo. Everything is in there. It's public, it's open. So just like get a fork of that repo, and then you're good. Okay.
I will post the link. Just a minute.
Anybody else?
I'm still looking for that. I see what they have.
Yeah, he's saying where is it? So yeah, we're gonna post it in either the comments or like I think you and I are talking on LinkedIn. Later on, I can just put it there. But I mean, real quick, if you go to all of my social media are ADY NGOM. So if you just go to github.com, search ADY NGOM.
I think I just posted it for him as well.
Yeah. So just for like, and when you come in here, yeah, that's me, I think, I hope.
That's you.
And you can just go to my account and the repositories. And since this one is open, ADK Fast API Workshop, that's the one you need, you know. And in there, your README should have everything. Open it in IDX and do the manual setup and start the service if you want to do it in IDX. If not, you're just going to use Docker. But yeah, that's how you get it.
I prefer IDX.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to deal with Docker, that's a no-brainer right there.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, so I think people have a Slack going on somewhere. I did not even know that. Heather saying like there's a Slack going on. Is that the GDG Slack or something?
I'm not quite sure. Heather, can you share what Slack channel you're speaking of?
Mm, okay, cool. So let me see what's next for us. Um,
We're doing good. Do you mind, if it wouldn't be too much to ask, if you could share a little bit more about the master class? I know you have something up your sleeve that you don't want to, that you're not quite sure if you're going to share yet, but that's fine. But I would love to hear more about the master class, and if those that have already grabbed the QR code and have already signed up, great. Take this moment to grab a bite or stretch your legs. And Adi, if you wouldn't mind just sharing just a little bit more, and when is it, and what the time is, where is it, and a little more about what will be what they'll be getting at this. I'm going to be there for sure. So
yeah, so well, if you ask me so kindly, yeah. So the masterclass is gonna be, I cannot even call it a deeper dive, but this is where we gonna get ourselves ready to say we are confident that we can ship this into production. So the earlier question, what is the right cloud platform, or how do I deploy this? How do I even like deploy this in a stage format where my stakeholder can start playing with this? You know, what is the true cost behind all of this? I know that the Gemini models are very cheap right now, but what is the true cost at scale? How do I make sure that it's secure? So if you really want to go from using this as a hobby to using this as a business tool to solve your personal business problems, other businesses problem, or like bring it to your place of work, I would say you don't want to miss on the masterclass. There's a lot of resource out there, but this comes from like the perspective of somebody who has been a UI architect, a lead developer for a long time. And there are things that in a normal tutorial, in a normal setup, you see that we allow in my workshops and tutorials, we allow ourselves to be vulnerable. That's why we're doing everything live. So when it happens, it happens. Because when you go back to your place of work, you're dealing with real stuff. We don't deal with things that are like pre-recorded, pre-made, or whatever. So we go really live, and we go to like some real use case. And the masterclass allows you two things, will allow you to do two things. Not only you will be able to bring some of your use case. I'm probably not going to go and show you 900 agents because that's not the point. But we're going to look at like how to build in a consistent way a convention, a discipline, into how like now you can see yourself every week releasing like a bunch of agents you know to the world, and then basically take units of work and turn them into an agentic workflow. This is where we're going anyways, in hardware, in software, in about everything. So think about the potential. And now when you have that, the full picture, it's very hard to cover everything. And even to be honest, the masterclass is going to happen at ATDC in Atlanta. So ATDC. Oh, actually, I did something very cool. If you come here and you just click on directions, you know, it will tell you if you're in the Atlanta. This one is in person, so we will have virtual masterclass later on. But the masterclass advantage is like, beside me being in front of you singing and dancing, I can provide like a one-on-one kind of feedback loop with you. So that's going to be at the ATDC in Atlanta, and it's going to be in the afternoon, starting at 4 o'clock to 8 p.m., 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., and it's going to be on December the 3rd and the 4th. Now, like I said, for the people who are watching here, I mean, some people will catch it on YouTube, that's fine, but really we have prepared this code for people who came and watched the deep dive. So honestly, it says like it's 1500, but just put deep dive 999. Well, you have to put it in all caps, okay? It's very sensitive. So deep dive 999. And then right there, you get the price reduction, okay? So try to get it, and then on top of it, we have a community that we are starting. You're gonna have free access to that community where we can like keep on working on your stuff and like giving you feedback. But there's so much that is packing in there. I'm not a good self promoter, but I know that like once I'm in the room with you guys, the only thing that matters is going to be how successful you're going to be. So you can read more about it on my blog. I just started like writing on the blog again, just so that's a good like way to communicate with you guys. Okay, Cinnamon, I'm done talking about myself. What else do you need?
We do have a question in the chat. Does the class include deployment on Vertex or Cloud Run?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. I'm telling you, this is a one. It's in a lifetime opportunity to work directly one-on-one with an expert and get it deployed, get it launched, make it happen, and monetize these solutions that you guys are creating. Make that effectual impact. It's your builds, it's your collaborations that are going to make this a much more better place. So I can't be the one to cheerlead enough, but I can tell you from personal experience, from having vibe coded, having hard coded, working with ADY one-on-one, get you all the way to the finish line and then some. And he's just an excellent teacher. He's just excellent. You want him in your corner. You want him as your, what is it? Your tech founder. If you can get him to sit down with you, you are going to want to offer him that table at the C table. But it is that much effort that is put in on his behalf. And I mean, if anyone is on the call listening, you may or may not know what it is like to try to speak to someone who's technically inclined and you're wanting to get your particular product launched or deployed, and they're not interested in it like you are. But ADY is totally different. He's totally different when it comes to working with you and your passion. That's his genius zone. And usually when you're building, you're in your genius zone. So it's two geniuses making magic. You guys really need to come together. So I'm not going to talk anymore because it's just an awesome opportunity. And I can't tell you.
You know what is cool about being African Black? When you are blushing, nobody sees it. So
I don't know about that.
Yeah, man, you're making me. I'm trying to go under the table right now.
Oh my goodness!
You
I'm
know,
just trying
but
to.
but honestly, at the end of the day, like I said to some of you that I met, we only win when you win. I mean, at many levels, this only makes sense when you guys come with a win. I was so grateful to all of you who went on LinkedIn and talked about like your experience at the DevFest and said like how much this workshop meant to you, that keeps us motivated. We only win if you win. I mean, yeah, money and other stuff are gonna come into the way. That's just like how like the mechanics of how the world works. But the the most important currency here is seeing once you guys are enabled, what you're gonna take. I mean, I came up with 9 agents in the last week to give you like a launching pad. I cannot wait to see like what kind of agent you guys are gonna build. I mean, this is just crazy. So knowledge is like the gift that keeps on giving,
Yes.
and that only makes sense when you guys have a win. Okay. So yeah, so Tony, who's talking about the advanced workshop, yeah, that's the one we're talking about right now.
Yes.
That is on the screen. That's the AI Future Masterclass.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we're doing it in person in Atlanta on the 12th, on the 3rd and the 4th at the ATDC. So if you go to my website addingom.com, it's gonna be one of, I think that's the last post that we have in there. And Cinnamon is gonna make sure that the link is there, and we have a deep dive, and we have a coupon code that makes it like a little cheaper than like what we normally send it to. So yeah, anything you need, let us know,
Yes.
Tony. And yes.
Okay.
So are we done talking about it?
I'm ready if you're ready to. We just took a little break to the top of the hour. It's heading on 3 now. If you want to do a leg stretch real quick and then jump back in with one of these agents to
let them decide that. Let's get a quick like feel between Heather, Tony, and stuff. What do we do, Stephanie? Do we take a break or do we keep going? Let them decide. That's their class at the end of the day.
I love it. Do we build? Do we break?
Build or break. I like that. I'm gonna go to town with that.
Oh, I do.
Definitely
both
take a break. I could use a snack. Oh, even Jeff is saying that. Okay.
I'm ready to build, but I'm going to take a break with Jeff and Stephanie and come back even more anxious. So we're going to take a break now. Let's do a 10-minute break and come back at 3:10. And
I did not sit like for the whole 3 hours. I need to sit down for a second, man.
And you guys got to come back with some great build ideas so we can do some hands-on. So
yeah, we're gonna go and like really extend on the greeter agent, and I think that's gonna give everybody the right building blocks. And then we're gonna, and please start like putting your questions. So for the last 30 minutes, we're just gonna take questions from like you guys, and we're just gonna cover them. But the hands-on is gonna be about 20 minutes, and then we go. So I see you at 3:10.
Yes, 3:10. Here we go. Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, man.
Here we are.
All right. You still hiding from the camera, Cinnamon?
Am I still hiding from the camera? No, my face is right there.
Your face, not you. That's just an avatar. That's not you.
All right, I guess I can join the star now, huh? You had center stage this whole time.
Oh man, tell me about it.
What are we going to work on first? I'm ready. I have my whole.
I want people to do a quick exercise.
Okay.
I want people to do some exercise. Oh man, so somebody's talking about I eat nerd clusters. I wanted to because it doesn't create its what is a nerd cluster?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't
Okay, all right.
want to.
All right. I don't want to know. Jeff is suffering from it. I mean, NCD. Okay. Man, we have an interesting cast today. Oh man, I'm just loving Dr. Nick from The Simpsons. Okay, that explains everything.
That does. That really does.
Oh my God. This is just, oh my Lord. Okay, Heather is joining the party. I love this one.
Not Kubernetes clusters.
Oh my God. These guys are killing me.
Ooh.
Okay. Somebody saying, I have a question about deploying the masterclass. Are you using the new ADK engine? Well, some part of it will. Yeah. Please join. Yeah, I mean, but to be honest though, the latest and greatest. I mean, ADK is at 1.18 right now. The last one, I think even like they even got a soft push to 119 right now. So we just gonna follow up with in parallel with them and like whatever it is that they're doing and that they have vouched for, I'm gonna be your like in-house curator. So yeah, yeah. I mean, at least there are gonna be there three, let's say, I would say two, three Google option, and then we'll leave it open for like another option. Like deployment is a big part of the masterclass because yeah, at the end of the day, it's all nice, but um, we need to get from local host to global host, you know. So yeah.
Agreed. 100%.
All right, so let's go to the exercise and what we should do. Let me put back my screen here. So what I want you to do, everybody, I mean, I went back to my main branch. Open your terminal, and once again, you can open it from the menu here on the top left, you know, new terminal, or you can go to view and terminal, or like do it old school, control tilde. I love that one. So let's do control tilde. No, I closed my terminal, control tilde. I was already in my terminal. And if you have stuff on your terminal, just press control and L to clear your terminal. Now, make sure that you are in the right directory. You can just do a quick PWD here. PWD, and you're giving me aliases. Okay, PWD, that gives me the right directory, and I want to create a new branch. I'm gonna call it git checkout.
Git checkout.
Exercise, and then greeting agent. Do it however you want, but it's just like, so when you're making a change, you don't accidentally make a change to and then you want to kind of go back and you cannot do it. So let's just do that. So I'm going to have this and I'm going to call it, and I have a new branch now so I can make some changes. So I'm going to go to my, and this works just like VS Code. You can do Command Shift P. So you see like this kind of stuff, find in file. This is what I'm going to run. Shift Command F, that's like the one to find. Shift to Command P is to find all commands, and going to file is just Command P. So I'm going to do Command P, and I want to go into greeting agent. Yeah, so greeting agent. Yep. So, but I want to be in ADK agent, greeting agent, which is going to open the agent.py. Okay. So the agent.py shows us, I want to show you the quick structure of like an agent in ADK. You're going to have a root agent every single time. So this one is a single agent, and then the root agent is just this. And the construct of an agent is you have to give it a name, and the name has to be the same as how you put the name of the folder. So you cannot have it call it like, greeting agent in your folder and have it hello agent in like the name. You have to have the same name. Okay. Then you can define the model that you want to use in here. And this model, it supports voice input. And I'll show you what it means in a second. And then the description is your doc string. This is what ADK use when it's like evaluating which agent to use, and by this, if you have used YAML file, that will be the same as a front matter. This is how you describe. So let me collapse the left. The description is very important. If you do not have a good description, that's where your agent start hallucinating. You have to be very clear about what your agent is doing. A friendly workshop assistant that helps developers learn ADK agent building. That's the description. And we can be very verbose on it. But then you have the instruction file that is kind of like your system prompt. You are a helpful, enthusiastic agent for the, and then it does like, So now I'm telling it, I'm expecting, here are your available tools, get company info, and so forth and so on. Greet users warmly, important, always use tools in set. And I have 3 tools: company info, current time, and workshop roadmap. So when I come here, those tools are imported. So that means it's in the same directory, and I'm importing the 3 tools. So if I come back here, I have a tools directory. Actually, I have a tools like file here. And inside of here, I have 3 tools. That's just Python functions: company info, current time, and workshop roadmap. These are the 3 tools. So, and you see, I have here the return, I have mock data. So this is built-in data, but this is where you could be using an API call or whatever. But let's test this. And I'm gonna say, go back to your ADK here and go to your greeting agent. And I'm going to show you something cool that is like available in 118 and more. I can talk to this agent because it's a simple agent and it has a model that has voice. So look at this. I'm going to hit the microphone. Hello. Okay. Talk back to me, man. What are you doing? You were walking earlier.
I thought I heard something. Did it speak back?
Yeah, you might not be able to hear what it's saying, but people who have this, like, hit the microphone and start speaking, and it will speak to you back. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go with a new session, and I'm gonna say,
I had a quick question. Is there a character limit to the description or instructions?
Not really. It's gonna play into your context window. Typical Gemini model has 1 million tokens for the context window, so you should not have a problem there. I have seen like system prompts that goes like almost 30 pages. I have seen that before. Anthropic has some crazy system prompts. So, but I would say prompts is something that you build iteratively. You just don't want to just come. And then the thing is, prompt is always going to be in memory. So the thing is like not the length of the prompt, but the quality of the prompt. And then there is like you can attach XML structure to make it even more like definite. Yeah, there's a way to go about that. But yeah, but when it comes to the character limit, it really depends on the model. So if the model that you're using, so now if you're using other models than Gemini, you want to know exactly like how big is the context window, and then design it accordingly. But I would say for your root agent, always use something that has a very big, if possible, a very good, like a sizable context window, because you can delegate smaller tasks to other agents. you know for example, Opus from Anthropic is a very good model, but it's very expensive. You should
Mhm.
really pick like the right task for the right model. hmm
We have another question. Can we train it to use our voice?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you can do that. Now, when you're training something to use your voice, you probably are going to use a model that allows, I mean, for example, 11 Labs and other stuff. Yeah, you can do that. There, you can have voice agents, and then you can have cloning and everything like that. So, yes, you can. I mean, the short answer is yes. Now, how to go about it, there's like, some technical know-how, but yes, you definitely can.
Awesome. And last question before we go on. Did you say you use Super Whisperer? Do you have a mode of commands when speaking?
Yeah, I use like Whisper Flow,
Okay.
and Whisper Flow allows me to anywhere there's like a text input. And let's do that. So it's on right now. I can use it here, and I'll show you. So what we want to do, I want to ask this agent the workshop roadmap. So I'm gonna use my. You can put like any key combination. Mine is control space, and when I do that, can you tell me about the roadmap for this workshop? And you see what I dictated. Now it's like showing here in the. So using Whisper Flow sometimes, and I think that the best input has always been voice. It took us like maybe 2,000 years to hack it between mouse and keyboard. But if you can do voice input, you can say so much more. I can say a lot of things. And then just like, so I like Whisper Flow anywhere there's like a text input. I can use Whisper Flow to just like, say what I want to say, and then Whisper Flow is just gonna make it run. So let's do this. And you see, what I'm expecting for it when I ask this is it's gonna go ahead and get workshop roadmap. That's the tool calling, and then phase one foundation, phase two real workflow, intelligent decision making, and stuff like that. And where is it taking this information from? It's taking it directly from here, and it says get the complete 9 agent workshop progression, and then return the workshop title and everything like that, and then the current next step. So this is the roadmap. So it's taking all of that, and then it's using its inference, and then it's giving you like this answer. Now, company info. This is what I want you to go and change yourself. So
Okay.
let me go back here and say, um, can you tell me about my company details? Anything that I need to know? So normally it should be, you see, you are working at Acme Corporation, which is in the technology innovation industry, located in San Francisco, California. There are 12 engineers and 3 product managers on your team. So think about if you are onboarding a new person, and then you want that person to have access to your resources. So where did I get that from? I got that from here. Team size 12 engineers, 3 product manager, goal deploy production ready AI agent. So it took all of that and then did the inference and gave me like a human readable. And this is what I was expecting. I asked for my company details. It was able to see that by saying company details, it should really like go ahead um, and use the get company info tool. Now, what happens if I ask it something that doesn't exist here in my tooling? So let's see if I ask it not company info, team members, get workshop. Do we have a team member? Do we have a team member tool?
A team member tool.
We don't have a team member tool, okay? So we don't have a team members tool. So this is what I want you to do first. Change the company name, change your company name, your industry. Just do a few changes here and then restart like your server and then ask it like, that information. So I'm going to show you, since like we are pressed on time, we are already at 3:37. And
Okay.
I'm going to say my company name is Artist AI, industry, technology, innovation. Man, I'm not in San Francisco. What are you talking about? ATL, man.
Here we are.
Atlanta, Georgia. My use cases, finishing what we start. Okay, now my team size is about, let's say, 1 engineer, actually 2 engineers, and 2 product manager. Okay, so I want you to do this this exercise, and then I want you to create a new tool that you're gonna call team members. Okay, and when you create the team members, I want you to add it to the tooling here. So in the agent pie, I want you to import the new tool and just let it have like something like very simple for the sake of time. All right. So are people already doing what I'm asking? Some people already done.
Comments.
So the very first thing you will do, and in Python, like tabbing really is important. Make sure that you have it. So you can be lazy and just go and ask Gemini to do it for you. And in the masterclass, since Gemini 3 is out, I will show you how to really maximize Gemini, okay? And to do this kind of stuff. But if I wanted to be lazy, I can just come in here, use WhisperFlow, because it's going to type faster than me. Hey, Gemini, can you go ahead and create team members tool and arrange like different team members in an array of objects, showing everybody's name, their department, and their seniority level.
Good one.
You see? So now that I have that, And I'm hoping it's going to pick up the file that I have open right now. I did not even tell it which file I wanted to look at, but this is the file in the view. If not, sometimes you have to be precise and let it know exactly which one you're talking about. Okay, so it knows that's the ADK agent greeting tool, you see?
There it is.
And then it's in the tools pie. It knows exactly where to go, okay? So I can click on this and look at the changes that are gonna come in. And you see seniority manager, David, department UX, you know. So you see it's gonna add this. You can verify it before and you say update the file. So when it does that, you see it added def get team members, you see?
Mm-hmm.
And it added it in the right spot, okay? All right. So look at my follow-up.
Yes.
Can you make sure that this tool is now added to the main agent so we can query it? Now, will it know that it has to go to agent.py and add it there? Because we have added the tool, but we have not adding it. Now, so you see, it's going to agent.py. This is so cool, man.
Totally. I'm going to post a couple questions.
So, okay, so the retries failed. So let me just do it again. I don't know why it did that, but it knew that it was supposed to go to agent.py. And that's something very easy to add. If it fails again, we can add it ourselves, okay? Preparing file changes. There you go. So you see in agent.py, if I review the changes, if I click on that, it shows me in here on line 6 is going to add the get team members. Okay, but why is it getting the workshop roadmap out? I did not ask it to do that. You see,
Just
it's going to take out the workshop roadmap, you know?
Yes.
Why is it taking it out? I did not ask it to do that.
That's not in the instruction.
Yeah. So, and here I'm going to say, why are you taking the workshop like tool out? I just wanted to have the new tool added. I don't want any of the other ones to be removed. So you see, guys, this is where you become like, you know, don't let AI just take over. You still have like, you know, something to say. So verify this kind of stuff. And we can, of course, I mean, we can make it a little tighter. You know, I'm just using a generic model right now, but this is like one of the gotchas in there. You know, I cannot just blindly go ahead. And if I was to do that, that will be a breaking change. I will introduce a breaking change because people look at that now. You are absolutely right. My apologies. I made a mistake and removed the get work tool when I added. Come on, buddy. I will not correct this. Do you know how much I fight with AI every day on these things?
Every day.
Oh my God. So not only did it did that, it even like went ahead and removed it from like the other one. I'm like, come on, buddy, that's not what I asked you to do, you know. Anyways, so so in the tools, get workshop, yeah. So I got team members now and stuff. So let's update that file. Be very careful, guys. Don't just take your old trust and put it into these models. You have to have some fail safe. You have, and that you see the first step that I did. I made sure that I have it in a separate branch. So if something wrong was to happen, I can always roll back. And this is what happens to a lot of vibe coders. They start, it's looking good, everything is great. They keep going and they do one major change. The AI, like, you know, just messes up. And now they don't have any way to go back to the state they were. So get some clean best practices. Always use a branch. Always use an isolated environment to do your changes. And keep your agents under control, or at least the LLMs, keep them under control, you know. So let me review these changes. This is what I wanted. I wanted get company info, get current time, get workshop roadmap, and then get team members. You know, and here now in the tool list, I want you to do this exactly. This makes sense to me now, okay? So I will say update the file. And last but not least, okay, and I can do that. Last but not least, okay, create a very thorough commit about this and then how to properly test it for the QA team. A thorough commit, and it's a veritable commit. Man, come on, man. My pronunciation is that bad?
Doing good.
Okay.
All right. That's what
So now it's creating a commit for me. And you see the commit has all of these things. I mean, you can always expand it a little. You see?
Yes.
So this is your commit message. The agent execution prompt has been updated to reflect the availability of this new tool, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So run the terminal command.
Mm-hmm.
And it says the command failed. It's in some trouble. So let's just try it again. It's failing. So if it's keep on failing, it's saying it appears I'm saying the commit message. Now, so when you start doing that, it's just trying to find like an escape route. I'm not gonna like let it do an escape route. I'm just gonna copy this message. You know, I don't want it to oversimplify it. I liked what I saw. So I'm gonna come here. This is where I'm gonna kind of jump in. And I'm just gonna do this, and I'm gonna say git status, you know, and I'm just gonna paste the message. Git commit M, enter. Okay, and Control C, git status. So let's see what happened. Oh, I see what happened. So when I do this, I have to make sure that at the end I put like this thing. So if not, no, I already have it. Why is it not working? So if anybody knows, so greeting agent, this tool allowed the user, the agent is to come there, it has been updated. So okay, all right. I got another way of doing this. So git commit A. It's gonna open, it's gonna open this. I'm gonna do Command V, and I'm just gonna clean up a little. So I don't need this at the end. But you want proper history, proper message, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't need this part here. I'm just gonna take it out, the git commit F. And here, add get member tool, this commit, introduce, whatever, add get member tools, and right here. And I don't need this whole part. Just proper. Okay, so this tool, whatever. And here I'm just gonna do control, what is it? That command, how do you do this here? I will say command S. And okay, cool. I edited the message. Is it asking me to save? There you go. Okay, good. So it might be different in IDK, but normally when I come back to my terminal, I do git status. There you go. So if I do git log, I have my commit in there. Okay?
Okay.
Good. So the change is in play. Now we need to test the change. Okay? To test the change, I'm going to stop the server and start it again. Let me come here to I see my ports are running. So there was a couple things that I added earlier. If you want to stop your server in IDX, I have created two aliases. One of them is kill all with like a camel case, and the real thing is this command p kill whatever. This is the real command, you know.
Pico.
And I have saved it as an alias, so I'm gonna let it on the screen for a minute for people to see it. P kill F streamlit, P kill F ADK web. So it's going to kill both like the streamlit, the 8501 and the 3002, and UVcorn, which is like the fast API backend. That's what kill all does. And after that, I'm going to run start all, which is just starting the services again. And that's going to pick up the changes. Okay. So first, I'm going to do kill all. And be careful because kill is like a command by itself. So I'm going to do kill all. And you're going to see my ports here are going to disappear. Okay. And then I'm going to do start all. And the ports are going to come back. And let me close my tabs to the right for now. Yeah, leave that one. And I'm going to go on port 3002 for ADK web. Okay. Now let's go to our greeting agent, and we should be able to have now our team members. Okay. Can you tell me about the team members and the different department they are part of? If you could even have a table at the end to show like each department and the number of people who are in that department. Thank you. You see? So let's run this. Isn't that beautiful? Hello? Anybody home? Cinnamon, are you here? Or is that me not hearing you again? Oh, I see what it is. So sorry.
Am I not?
Yeah, now I hear you.
You hear me? Okay. Hi.
I hear you now. No, whenever I'm using whisper, what it does, it kills like, you know, the sound. And I have to remember to kind of, when I'm using it with the, yeah, anyways.
We're good.
Yeah.
We had a comment on GUI was easier. Did we talk about Excel?
Can I talk about the system, the XML? Can you talk about the XML structure for system prompt? That's Jason Walk at well. Good question. I'm gonna come back to that one. Do we have any other question on what we just did?
I don't see anything in the chat.
Somebody was saying don't give it access to Git. You can use Git MCP and have some like controls in there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I don't have the context of.
Right, I'm not seeing it either.
Okay.
What do we?
All right. Any more questions? People were able to play with the agent and like change and add a new tool.
I think we're there.
Hello, Jeff, Stephanie.
They're all there, waiting on bated breath.
I mean, at this point, like we have about 15 minutes. I would just kind of open to.
Yes, you guys, please come off mic if you feel comfortable, and feel free to ask some questions. ADY NGOM has a great deal of knowledge to share. This is the time to get it. And let me just put this back up for everybody. While we're waiting. You received some great comments here, Dr. Adi. It was lovely. This is great. Nice work. Thank you, guys.
Oh, Stephanie was asking if she can come off on the mic on YouTube Live. No, we have to kind of send you a studio invite. And yeah, Heather, thank you. You guys stayed the whole like 4 hours, man. I commend you for doing that, because
Thank you, everyone that worked.
I think my family cannot like have me talk for 4 hours. They just gonna find a way to run away from me.
That went by really, really quick, though. I have to say that maybe because it was so interesting, but that was I'm still reared up. I looked up when you just said that time and could not believe it. I was like, oh, okay.
It's been 4 hours, man. Yeah. So
oh, that was beautiful. We have we had planned for this. I planned for it too, Stephanie. I took out this chunk of the day just for this.
Yeah. I hope it was worth your while, man. That really makes me happy.
Well, I personally am ready to launch a few of my ideas, so I will be at the master class.
Yeah,
excited to close on some of these ideas. You just got to get them out there and see if that's the $1 million business.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a good one. What's your favorite ATL restaurant? Who has the best lemon pepper in your opinion?
That's the moment where I wish my wife is here. She's the connoisseur of all of the things. I mean, we have a spot in Alpharetta where we go to, that we really like when we have like a celebration. What is it called again? Now I'm like, we have actually 2 spots in Alpharetta that we go to. Oh man, now I cannot get the names, but these are the 2 we go depending on what it is. It will come back to me. One of them has like some of the best French pastry ever, and then the other one, man, I blank out on the name. And those are my favorite restaurants. But yeah, I cannot be bailed out by my wife today, so sorry.
Well, we have some great comments here in the chat. Some good interested comments as far as continuing to build. Must try Antico's pizza. It is the joint, says Jeff.
Yeah. So what's like? Hold on. We'd still love to hear about JSON system prompts. So real quick, Harry, if you just go to, am I still sharing?
Yes.
So if you just go to ADK prompt in XML, if you go to the ADK library, you will see some of those things. But you can have structured prompt, or you can have prompt chaining support, and you can have output like JSON or XML. And the quick thing is you can do it as an MD file, as like you would do Markdown, or you can do something like this. Where's the example that I just saw? You will be able to do something like this: instruction, context, example, requirement, And if you go into the ADK documentation, they will have more than that. So, and mostly for my production like ready ones, I'll have something like this, a little more rigid, a little more like predictable. But honestly, like if you just do this quick thing right there, you could change this to, instead of being XML, just to be Markdown. It will be able to know that. So the thing is, like, just have that intention when you prompt in, and always have a very good role. Give it context when you can. Examples are paramount if you have some examples. And if you have some structured JSON or structured response, have it as a JSON and show it like what the response will look like. I think if you do that 95% of the time, you're going to be okay. All right. Okay, so
Agree. I think we have everything set up. Well, if I don't see any more questions, I'm gonna let you guys.
What I was sharing was like it was not even shown. Okay,
let's see.
I'm kind of sharing this whole explanation about ADK prompt, and it's not showing to him. Sorry about that, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So ADK prompt XML. I'm not. So you heard what I said. It will give you something like this.
Oh.
And you will see this prompt, like, you know, instruction, context, and question, or like example. And if you go into the docs, there's I cannot recall right now the exact page, but there's one that has a lot of examples in there, you know. So you know, and then the output format, there's things that you can put in there, and which are the keywords you want to use. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought like I was sharing this screen, and I realized I was sharing a different screen. Okay. Hopefully that helps.
A good one.
Let me go back to this.
Got another question up on the screen too when you finish that one.
What are your thoughts on the MCP tools being built for agents? Do you feel that things are organized or more structure is needed? Is there a main registry? You know, when it comes to MCP tools, at least for the Gemini, I mean, for the ADK side of it, it's more like, you know, your internal tools that you are going to use with an MCP server. So instead of, and really what you are doing in this instance, because there are maybe three use cases, I would say two use cases for MCPs. MCPs are the API for the LLM. That's the one thing that you need to remember. MCPs are the API for the LLMs. That's a very easy way. There's like that protocol has been specifically created for LLMs. So if you have some internal tools, such as like, you know, a customer support like database or anything like that, and you want your LLM to have access to them, you can use like ADK make it very easy for you to use like that querying your own data, you know, as MCP, and then passing it into the LLMs for them to take it and do the proper inference and do all that kind of stuff. So I would say my approach with MCP in ADK is when I'm making sure that and that was that extra layer that somebody was asking when they were talking about prompt injection and everything. I will never make my prompt to go directly and like run a database query. I will have a buffer, and that might be my MCP, like, you know, setup. Now, MCP can be used too for external tools. Like, let's say if I want to create a GitHub ticket, I can use the GitHub MCP tool. If I want to use like create a Jira ticket, I can do that. But in ADK, where it's very powerful, the way that I've been at least using it the most is making sure that it is the buffer, the layer, and then that is my API layer for the LLM to talk to my internal data. All right, Harry. That's like, yeah, the more structure you have, I think Microsoft came up with like a new markdown way of doing prompting. Now it escapes me, but it's a very good one. If I remember it, I've added to the resources. But having structure is very good, because if you have structured prompt, you can version them, you can share it with your team, you can evolve them. If there's something that is not, like, let's say like the example was not the right one, you can even reference like an example file. So I really highly recommend like going into that direction. But, you know, start with simple prompt, and then as a team, having structured prompt allows you to have like to start like a bank of like good prompts that you can version. So yeah, definitely that's a good area. That's a good way to evolve in that space. Okay, because he's saying like he's been using plain text prompt, and then these are like good ways, but like the XML one really I think is gonna be powerful if you start like sharing it with your team. Okay. And Cinnamon is talking about the Slack here.
I was just going
Okay,
to finish up
the
with.
ETL, the GDG Atlanta. Okay, cool.
I know that someone or a couple people in the chat were speaking about the Slack channel and where was it, and I thought, oh, I should be
Yeah,
able to provide that.
yeah,
They said the markdown sounds good as well, and I think you
yeah,
created this. Been using plain text style and it's worked, but I'm looking for better structure. Thank you so
yeah,
much.
yeah, yeah.
And we did.
And that's there's a great hack. If you do a research of system prompt from like Anthropic, from Google or stuff, like how they like even build the system prompt for some of this model, you're gonna see that's a good learning material there. I mean, yeah. So we have about 4 minutes. I can introduce like my baby that we've been building in stealth mode,
Oh, watch out!
So Artist AI is taking all of the things that you see in the software development life cycle, just not coding and vibe coding, but beyond that. What happens when you're done with coding? How do you test it? How do you do a code review? Does it break something? Who checks it? So Artist is a new platform coming up, and it's going to be launched in Atlanta first pretty soon. And we have some Atlanta businesses that are going to join us. But basically, it allows you to really get to the finish line. Starting a project, a software project is good, but more often than not, you're going to feel stuck at some point, or like, if you have never done a software engineering thing. So we do have different modes. We have modes for people who have never built a project. We have mode for people who are like seasoned developers. So if I just go to onboarding, this shows you the different modes. So most of the people are going to be here, the guided mode, where we first like even validate your business idea before writing the single line of code. What is the market of that business? How big is that market? What is your total addressable market? What is this, the SAM, the sum? What is like, the LTV, like the lifetime value of a potential customer? How much does it cost to get into that? All of those things, and it will evaluate and create some sensible documents for you. And then it's going to be an orchestration of 50 AI agents that is going to be the equivalent of having a dedicated software team working on your project. I think it's evaluating it at 7 to 8 people, from the project manager to the software engineer. So you have a CTO, a senior software engineer, a junior one, and you have like a CI/CD agent that does your deployment. You have a QA team. That's 50 agents baked into Artist. So these are the different modes that you're going to go into. And like I was saying, our motto at the end of the day is we have all of this baked in. It's not about Claude or Gemini or anything. We take always the best of like, the best in the world, and then we have it baked into this platform. And do you want to be the person on the left, or do you want to be like the chill person on the right? Because vibe coding can become a Frankenstack at the end of the day, and at the end, our motto is stop starting and start finishing. There are too many projects that get started and never see the finish line. So the Artist platform is set to be like the differentiator in that space. So Artist is coming like to a screen near you pretty soon. We have an official announcement, and we have what is called the House of MVP that we're going to start, that is going to allow some businesses to get like to their software SaaS product all the way to the production ready that they've been craving for. Yep.
I'm ready.
Yeah. Jeff is saying like he's stealing Frankenstein. Yeah, roll with it, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So I think like that's what we had for you today. It's like exactly 4 p.m. In beautiful Georgia right now. Once again, if you want to be part of the master class, and I'm gonna say it one last time, you know, go to addingum.com. See the masterclass page. When you click to register, use your coupon deep dive 999 all in all caps, and then join us on December 3rd and 4th at the ATDC in Atlanta for an agent system mastery.
Yes.
And without further ado, people, go back to your lives. And I really want to see what you guys do with these agents. Send me some comments on LinkedIn. If we are not connected, send me a connection request. I answer to every single comment and stuff. I try to anyways. So let's not be strangers. Thank you so much. I appreciate that you guys give me a piece of your time, and hopefully you got something worthwhile.
Thank you all, and we'll see you soon. I will.
Okay, I can end the stream, and you guys can stay in the studio. We can do a quick.
Yes, please.
So let me just end the stream.
Have a great week, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.